and welcome to the first day of the 23rd Annual Kentucky Small Limited Resource Minority Farmers Conference. My name is Chris Creers. I'm a state specialist for entrepreneurship with Kentucky State University Cooperative Extension, and I will be serving as the MC for this year's virtual conference. A few housekeeping notes before we get started. The link for each day will stay the same: www.youtube.com/KYSUAG/LIVE. We would love for you to interact with us and the presenters in the comments. If you have not already done so, please drop your name and what city you're joining us from in the comments. After the live stream ends each day, we will share a link to all registrants to finish video via email so you can view the content at your leisure. With that being said, if you have not registered, please click the link in the comments to register. All right, let's get started. Today's program will kick off with greetings from Dr. Marion Salmon, Kentucky State University Small Farm State Specialist, followed by a welcome from Mr. Greg Stone, Kentucky State Conservationist with the NRCS. Lastly, Dr. Courtney Owens, Interim Associate Extension Administrator, will provide a welcome on behalf of Kentucky State University Cooperative Extension Program. Today, we are honored to have with us.
Hello and welcome to the Small Limited Resource Minority Farmers Conference. We're glad you're here. We've done this for 20-some years, and we try each year to improve on our speakers and on our program for you and things that you're interested in. We hope that you will enjoy it. We're having the Governor and the Commissioner in Agriculture speak, as well as several others. Look forward to you participating in all 3 days, and we'll see you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Kentucky Small Limited Resource Minority Farmers Conference. We at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, are pleased to be sponsors of this conference. Farming and thriving in uncertain times. What a perfect theme for this conference after 18 months of enduring this pandemic. I love the idea of doing more than just surviving, and our friends at Kentucky State University are reaching for that idea, thriving indeed in these challenging times. I know a lot of hard work has gone into the program and presentations of this meeting, and I thank Kentucky State University, Dr. Owens and his staff, and all the folk who are going to contribute to this conference. I hope each one of you are going to get that special nugget of wisdom or that special trick of the trade that makes your time in this conference a great investment. And if we at NRCS can ever be of assistance to you, please reach out to our field offices located all over the state. I wish you all a great day and blessings. Thank you.
Good morning, and welcome to the 23rd Annual Kentucky Small Limited Resource Minority Farm Conference. My name is Dr. Courtney Owens, and I serve as the Interim Associate Extension Administrator for the Cooperative Extension Program at Kentucky State University. This year's conference theme is Farming and Thriving in Uncertain Times. Many of you know that the contribution of small farmers account for the food around the world. In Kentucky, there are approximately 77,000 farms, with 72,000 of these farms owned and operated by small farmers. Each producer continues to ensure that adequate and local food is available to all Kentuckians. Since the pandemic, we know that all farmers and other extension workers play an imperative role in our food supply chain. Here at Kentucky State University Cooperative Extension Program, we make intentional efforts to educate our small farmers with research-based knowledge across the state. Our programs make sure that our small, limited resource and minority farmers do more than survive, they thrive in uncertain times. We will continue to have our signature program, Third Thursday Thing, with face-to-face and virtual program. To our many sponsors, we thank you for your continued support to help make the Small Farms Conference a success. To our farmers, we are excited about the program that we have for you this year and hope that you take the information shared virtually to help you improve and gain tools to continue your farming practices. Thank you.
Today, we are honored to have our very own Governor Andy Beshear as our keynote speaker. Governor Beshear, we'd love to hear from you.
Hello, and welcome to the Small Limited Resource Minority Farmer Conference. What an exciting time to come together to strengthen our agriculture industry and support our farmers. Over the past 20 months, we've all been living in uncertain times. The COVID-19 pandemic has created unprecedented challenges for everyone. Here in Kentucky, we've worked to keep each other safe, and that included efforts to ensure our families could put food on the table. I know our farmers are no strangers to keeping our families fed during this pandemic. You stepped up for your fellow Kentuckians and kept us going and kept our economy going too. Thank you. I've said it before and I'll say it now. Our farmers and the agriculture industry are essential. And you will continue being essential long into the future. Folks, as your governor, I'm committed to working with our farmers to engineer the technology and the jobs of the future in this industry. And we're going to have to do that. With a growing population in the years ahead, it's going to take 70% more food, more yield to feed the world. But I am confident the Commonwealth is positioned to lead because we have strong, resilient farmers, a strategic geographic location, and an economy on fire. And that momentum includes the historic advancements in the agri-tech industry that position Kentucky to be leaders now and well into the future. One of the ways that we'll do this is through our Agri-Tech initiative, which will increase crop yields, reduce the resources it takes to farm, and expand access to healthy and nutritious foods. Expanding yields helps create economic activity while helping us create a healthier, better Kentucky for all of our families. We're building the agri-tech capital of the world right here, right now in the Commonwealth. And in that process, we're diversifying the industry by improving education, workforce training, and outreach to farmers in every community and from every background. As we're growing the agri-tech industry, we're being intentional. For far too long, this industry hasn't been as inclusive as it should be. We're going to keep working to change that for all Kentuckians. And we're making great progress thanks to institutions like Kentucky State University and through companies like Black Soil, App Harvest, Kentucky Fresh Harvest, Garden Girl Foods in the Louisville area, and many more. My goal as your governor is to make sure every Kentuckian has access to healthy food, good jobs, and a quality education. Thankfully, here in the Commonwealth, we're breaking records and ensuring prosperity reaches every corner of our great state. Even while fighting this pandemic, my administration has highlighted nearly 400 projects, creating more than 20,600 new full-time jobs for our people, with the private sector announcing more than $12.7 billion in investments just since December 2019. This year, we've shattered every economic development record in the books for yearly investment totals. And let's talk about that momentum, because it means one thing: more high-quality, good jobs for Kentucky families. And so many of these investments and new jobs are because of our agriculture industry, which means we need you all here to fill those great jobs. Folks, our time is here, our future is now, and you're going to be a big part of this historic period for economic growth. As we build a better Kentucky, we must continue to make the world of agriculture more inclusive and accessible. I look forward to our work together as we build the agri-tech capital of the world right here in Kentucky. I look forward to continuing to work alongside Dr. Pomper and his staff at KSU, and thank you for having me. Thank you for the essential work you do to improve the lives of Kentuckians each and every day.
Thank you for your continued support, Governor Beshear. Now let's take a few minutes to thank our silver and gold sponsors. Thank you, Kentucky Department of Agriculture, Community Farm Alliance, American Farmland Trust, Alcorn State University, and USDA Natural Resource Conservation Services. Our first presentation will be by Dr. Allison Young, Extension Program Leader of Family and Consumer Sciences. She will be discussing the Skip COVID initiative.
Hello, everyone. I'm Allison Parker Young, Program Leader for Family and Consumer Sciences Extension at Kentucky State University, and I work with my colleague Nalima Mishra, who is an Extension Nutrition Specialist at Kentucky State University Extension also, and our project is Skip COVID, which stands for Successful Kentucky Immunization Program. And this program is sponsored by a grant from CDC, which is the CDC Excite program. And so for the agenda for this presentation, it includes the background of the CDC Excite program, some of the goals of the program, the UK and KSU collaboration on this project. Also will include historic approaches to disease and vaccinations, communication practices regarding the pandemic, and then some of our Skip COVID programming resources. So some of the goals of this project would be to promote vaccine acceptance and access, and to decrease the vaccine hesitancy among rural and medically underserved audiences. And of those, we are focusing primarily on COVID, but basically adult vaccines with influenza, especially being a focus. Wanted to look at vaccine uptake and increasing vaccine acceptance, looking at how effective we've been with our education campaigns and events, and really digging deep to track barriers to immunization and the process of piloting and doing iterative testing of messages. Another aspect of the project is to increase accessibility of vaccine clinics to priority populations. And then we want to determine then how much vaccine uptake among our priority populations were we able to achieve. So with this partnership, we're collaborating with the University of Kentucky and Kentucky State University, and we're working together, but we have two separate populations that we're targeting. For Kentucky State University, our target population are minorities and underserved communities, and we're focusing on 5 counties, which include Fayette, Kenton County, Hardin County, Franklin County, and Jefferson County. For the University of Kentucky aspect of the project, their target population is white, high school education or less, conservative, and in rural communities. And the counties of their focus for their aspect of the project include Wayne, Davies, Bracken, Lewis, and Pendleton counties. In the state of Kentucky, statewide, it has been shown that 19% of Kentuckians have some concerns about the safety and efficacy of the vaccines. And in rural counties, you'll see that 39% of those residents have vaccine hesitancy. And at this point, it seems that 31% of Kentuckians intend not to vaccinate. At this point in the presentation, I want to take a historic perspective. As I share with audiences, I am a history nerd. I love all things history, and I think this is a good way to kind of put some of these aspects of the pandemic that we're experiencing now as to where it fits in with history. So, for instance, the first reported epidemic of smallpox was in 430 BC, and 20% of the population of Athens, Greece was decimated. So this is the first time that an epidemic was recorded in history. Now, in 1796, Edward Jenner was able to develop the first vaccine for smallpox. Now, there's a lot of talk about mandates for COVID vaccinations. However, it's important to note that during the Revolutionary War, one of our most recognized forefathers, George Washington, in January 1777, he declared a vaccine mandate for his troops. He felt that we should have more dread from it than from the sword of the enemy. So at that time, he recognized the importance of having a fit and healthy, disease-free military force for him, and look how it turned out. They won the war with the United States of America. One aspect I would also like to share, that one of our early forefathers of the United States, Benjamin Franklin, he did not have his 4-year-old son inoculated for smallpox, and unfortunately, his son passed away. And so from that point on, Benjamin Franklin was a champion of getting vaccinated. So we've talked about the history of vaccine mandates in the United States. Now we're going to take a little time to look at the aspect of contact tracing, the aspect of asymptomatic transfer and asymptomatic carriers. Now we have the typhoid epidemic in the early 20th century, and George Sofer was the leader in contact tracing in 1906 when there was a typhoid outbreak in New York City. And so again, George Sofer was the earliest known contact tracer. This was one of the main characters within this was Typhoid Mary. And in the early point of the 20th century, this was a very big story, and she was an asymptomatic carrier. So Typhoid Mary didn't realize that she was spreading typhoid. As shown here, she worked as a cook in hospitals, in maternity wards. She worked for high-income families and decimated those families, decimated the people in those hospitals. And she was placed in a sanatorium. A judge felt sorry for her and let her out. And she went back to the only work that she knew, which was cooking. And so that started the downward spiral into typhoid all over again. And finally, she was recaptured, put back into the sanatorium, and she lived the rest of her life in a sanatorium because she was an asymptomatic carrier of typhoid. And what made it so dangerous was her best dish that she cooked was peach ice cream. Peach ice cream contains sugar and protein and is not heated, and it makes it a really good place for the typhoid molecules to reproduce themselves. Next, we have a little Civil War trivia. So we know that over 600,000 soldiers perished in the Civil War. Now, I always ask, how many people were killed by illness while in the war? Some people, I will ask, was it 100,000, 200,000? Well, actually, 465,000 soldiers perished due to disease. And that equals out to 2/3 of the soldiers dying due to pneumonia, typhoid, diarrhea, also known as dysentery, measles, mumps, malaria, and influenza. So all of the terms that are highlighted in red indicate those that can be prevented by vaccine. So pneumonia, measles, mumps, and influenza can be prevented through vaccine. Those that are in black, those are still circulating. However, the typhoid, dysentery, malaria are usually found in places that have lower standards of living, and do not have very good sewer services and waste management services. Now on this slide, there is a table that indicates the schedule of vaccinations for adults. I usually ask my audiences, what is the one vaccine that most adults will readily take? And most times people just sit and, it's crickets. And then I say, well, what do you do if you step on a nail or a piece of rusty metal? Everybody says, oh, get a tetanus shot, get a lockjaw shot. That's the only vaccination, and this is informal polling, but that's the only vaccination that I believe people will get on their own. So you'll see here on this chart, it has different age groups from young adults, middle years, on up into senior years, and it indicates what vaccinations that you should get based upon your age. And unfortunately, most adults do not get their vaccines to the same extent that they got them when they were in K through 12, or when they were in college, or when they were in the military. So it's important as a part of your health checkups that you know which vaccinations that you need to get. So for instance, in Kentucky, the hepatitis series, A, B, C, those hepatitis vaccinations are important. Getting your shingles vaccination is important. At this time, getting your COVID vaccination is important. Getting influenza is important. And if you are 65 or older, you should get your pneumonia or pneumococcal, you should get that vaccination. Now, if you're younger and you are a smoker, then you can get the pneumonia pneumococcal vaccine if you are younger than 65. But again, that is a part of our health care that most American adults do neglect, and it is very important. And also for some of the vaccinations that you get as a youngster, say the Tdap or your mumps, measles, rubella, pertussis, it's very important to check with your healthcare provider to see if you need a booster, because as those of us that are parents are fortunate to move into our grandparenting years, it's very important that we maintain our immunizations so we do not pose a threat to those precious little bundles of joy, our grandkids. So if you look at this slide, you'll see that among other states, these are what the levels of vaccinations are. But then you look at Kentucky, the level of vaccination among African Americans is a good bit lower than with the majority population. And we know that there are issues with health outcomes, issue with health inequities. And so then when you add in the lower level of vaccinations for COVID among African Americans, is a recipe for disaster. So some of the issues among reaching out to African Americans, which are younger, we'll say Generation Z, this is an example of a problematic outreach strategy that was tried. So for those of you all that are not into rap music, that is Mannie Fresh and Juvenile. And they had the hit in the 1999 and 2000, Back That Thing Up, right? Well, they decided to have them do a COVID-related rap song. But the problem is, they're not Generation Z. So if Juvenile and Mannie Fresh were making rap songs in 1999, that means that they're at least 40, 45 years old, not Generation Z. So again, they are not of that generation and speaking to that generation in a language that they understand, the values that they understand. So that is one of the issues with reaching out to Generation Z. On this slide, I wanted to share some information on the pioneers in development of mRNA. One of the pushbacks that we hear is that they developed the vaccine so fast, but in fact, Katalin Karikó is an Hungarian-American scientist, a woman, And she began working nearly 30 years ago at Penn State on mRNA. So 30 years ago, this scientist began her work on mRNA. And at the point, actually, she could not get funding. She was demoted in her position and her title because everybody at that time was looking at DNA. Nobody was really putting a lot of emphasis on mRNA. And the importance of mRNA was not recognized at this time. However, she was able to partner with Dr. Drew Weissman. They became collaborators, and by the early 2000s, they began to put it all together. So again, when people say that they developed it too fast, that work from 30 years ago with Dr. Carrico was kind of like the framework and the undergirding of this vaccine and how it works. Some people have problems saying that it uses fetal cells. Derek Rossi developed a way to use adult cells to mimic messenger molecules. That is what the embryonic cells are used for. But to get away from all the controversy and all the issues with using embryonic cells, he found a way to use adult cells to work the same way. And so he went on to develop the company Moderna, which is a combination of modified and mRNA. So again, these are some of the pioneers in the development of mRNA that is used in the Johnson & Johnson and the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccine. So again, just to show that how this mRNA has been undergirding the vaccinations that we have now. And on this informatic is just a way to show how the mRNA vaccines work. Basically, to just give it in a nutshell, the mRNA goes into your body and it creates a reaction. And once it creates that reaction within your immunity, then it's done its job. So for people who have gotten a vaccine and maybe they had a headache or maybe they had a fever, maybe they had any muscle pain, well, actually that was your body's mechanism recognizing and working its way through that vaccine. Now, some people have reactions, some people don't. But this infographic, which is available, I will have it on Thursday, or you can reach out to us and we can send them to you. It illustrates how the vaccine works in your body. And this next slide indicates what are some of the aspects that you might experience when you get a vaccine. And as I indicated previously, some people have a reaction, some people do not. And it just depends individually on your body's chemistry and makeup. But again, you might expect to have a headache, you might have fatigue, you might have a little fever. And so for a couple days, some people experience it, some people don't. But if it hangs on and it makes it to where you can't do your everyday functions, then of course you would need to contact your healthcare provider. But I would also like to share that for any vaccine that the United States, the FDA has released, there is an injury fund and program. So if you got the Tdap or if you got the mumps, measles, rubella back in the day, and it caused a bad reaction, a debilitating reaction, there's a fund to take care of individuals, and those are rare and few and far between. And that same fund that has been out there for decades also then stands with the COVID vaccine. But again, in most instances, if you're going to have a negative reaction, it will show up within 30 minutes to a couple of hours. Because again, once you get the vaccine, it does its job. That's it. You don't want to try and influence someone to modify their behavior, like masking, keeping 6 feet apart, not going to crowded events or getting the vaccine through negativity and fear. You know, that doesn't work. So you don't want to use negativity and fear for trying to influence people. You shouldn't tell people it's the right thing to do because, again, that's kind of imposing your values on them. So you shouldn't tell people that it is the right thing to do when you're communicating with them. You shouldn't also overpromise that, for instance, once everybody gets the COVID vaccine, that everything is going to be perfect and it's going to be unicorns and rainbows and, you know, glittery sprinkles. It doesn't work out like that because for everyone, our worlds have changed. Our worlds have changed in how we look at attending events, going out to eat, interacting with people. So you shouldn't overpromise that everything will get back to normal because we have a new normal now. A good way to communicate with people is to have messages that resonate. And actually, once you get outside of COVID, really for any issue, any communication with people, these are the steps you need to use irregardless. So acknowledge their concerns. So when someone tells you, you know, they don't want to, abide by some of the regulations or the mandate, well, then what are their concerns? You know, and so one of the first things is you have to acknowledge their concerns. Appeal with facts. So it wouldn't be to say that, well, Andy Beshear got his shot. That isn't a fact. If you're going to appeal with scientific facts. Emphasize that it will give you protection. And also acknowledge that it is a personal decision that they have to make. It is a personal decision that they have to make. But when you start out being negative with a heavy hand, that really is off-putting to a lot of people. So I want to thank you for your attention. And since we've been talking about all this COVID information and pandemics and asymptomatic carriers and disease, I know that it gives everybody, you know, a warm fuzzy, babies and puppies. You can't lose with babies and puppies. So I wanted to end with a baby and a puppy. So if you want any more information regarding this presentation or some of the media resources that we have, you can contact me. My contact information is on the screen. You can also contact my wonderful co-PI at KSU, Nalima Mishra, at kysu.edu. And I am so very excited to share that on November 18th, from 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m., we're going to have Capital Pharmacy, a hometown organization that will be at the farm, at the Benson Farm, and they will be providing free COVID vaccinations. Yes, free COVID vaccinations. And if you would like to get any of the other vaccinations, you just have to have your insurance card or your Medicare card, and they will be happy to service you. So we're really excited about that. And if you would like for me and Ms. Mishra to come out and speak to any of your groups in your counties, give you more information, again, please feel free to contact us at the information on your screen. Thank you for your time and have a great day.
Thank you, Dr. Young. Dr. Young and Nalima Mishra are monitoring the comments. So if you have any questions about the Skip COVID initiative, please contact them through our comment sections. Now, the address for the Harold R. Benson Research and Demonstration Farm can be found in the comments if you're interested in participating in the vaccination clinic on Thursday. Our next presentation will be by Dr. Eloris Spate from Alcorn State University, the director of the SDFR Policy Research Center.
Hello, my name is Alora Spate, and I am the Executive Director of the Socially Disadvantaged Farmers and Ranchers Policy Research Center located at Alcorn State University in Norman, Mississippi. Because that is a mouthful, we refer to it as the Policy Center. All right, well, I'm excited to be here with you today, and I want to share with you the latest update from the Policy Center. The Policy Center, to remind everyone, was authorized in the 2014 Farm Bill, and the Farm Bill specified that it had to be located at an 1890 university. And so Alcorn State University in Norman, Mississippi was the successful grantee. So although it is located at Alcorn, it is a national center with a strategic focus in the 18 states with 1890 land-grant universities. The Policy Center is staffed by 4 full-time employees and includes university staff, and the majority of the work gets done through contracts and sub-awards. The Policy Center was created to be a voice for socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers, and equally important, to ensure that there was data-driven information available related to socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers. It is housed in the office of the president. I report directly to Dr. Felicia Nave, the first female president of Alcorn State University, and I have a dotted line to the dean of the School of Agriculture. So the mission of the Policy Center is to conduct research, analyze policy, and make recommendations seeking to achieve equitable and economic integration of USDA programs and policies for socially disadvantaged farmers, ranchers, communities, and rural landowners. The ultimate vision of the Policy Center is to be the premier authority for information on the history, current conditions, trends, and future projections of socially disadvantaged farmers, ranchers, and communities. So at the Policy Center, we have 4 primary areas of focus: stakeholder engagement, active research, policy development, and strategic outreach. So active research, then, I mentioned that one of our purposes is to ensure that when we come before the House Agricultural Committee or congressional members, that we come with data-driven information. So we have 6 priority research areas: the impact of current agricultural policy on socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers, participation of socially disadvantaged farmers in USDA programs, either those things that support or those things that hinder participation. Land loss among African American farmers, and this is the only one that is primarily focused on one group of socially disadvantaged farmers, and that is because Black farmers then is the only group where there has been a significant decline in numbers, and due in large part to heirs property. And the 4th area is access to and use of technology, which we have expanded to include technology and other resources, including access to credit. All right, so we added 2 additional priority areas: youth programs in the pipeline and community and urban agriculture. So I was specifically asked to speak on heirs property. So what is heirs property? Heirs property refers to a home or land that passes from generation to generation without a legally designated owner, which results in ownership being divided among all living descendants in the family. And the question that I get asked most often by congressional members is probably, what is the magnitude of heirs property? And I'm going to cover that in a minute. because the Policy Center has funded a number of research studies to get at the answer to that question. So why the focus on heirs property? It is estimated that roughly 60% of farmland owned by socially disadvantaged farmers is classified as heirs property. And the issue is that there is no clear title to the property, which limits their ability to qualify for USDA programs and financing. And heirs property has contributed to the growing decline of Black farmers. So the number of Black farmers peaked at almost 1 million between 1910 and 1920. There are currently under 50,000 farmers, making up 1.4% of farms as of the 2017 census. So now in the 2018 Farm Bill, it addressed heirs property. There were two primary areas. One was eligibility, and the USDA was to provide for the assignment of a farm number to operators of heirs property land. And the documentation that is for eligible depends on whether the state had adopted what is known as the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act, a property rights law that protects all owners of heirs property and preserves the independent right to contract. So now those states then, where the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act has been adopted, provides for documentation in the form of a court order verifying that the land meets the definition of heirs property as defined in the act, or that there's a certification from the local recorder of deeds that the recorded owner of the land is deceased and at least one heir has initiated a procedure to retitle the land. Now, for those states that have not adopted the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act, a tendency and common agreement approved by a majority of the owners, at least 51% of the owners, tax returns of the farm operator for the 5 preceding years, self-certification of control of the land, or any other documentation then that creates ownership of heirs. Now, the second area of focus in the Farm Bill was relending. So the heirs property relending program, it was authorized, the Farm Bill authorized the Farm Service Agency within USDA to loan funds to qualified intermediaries to relend to individuals and entities seeking to resolve heirs property issues and obtain a clear title to farmland. Eligible entities include cooperatives, credit unions, and nonprofits that meet certain requirements. So the purpose must be specifically for relending by eligible entities for projects that assist heirs to resolve ownership issues. Now, recently USDA put out guidance, and intermediary lenders can apply through October 29th, or they had to apply by October 29th to the new heirs property relending program. And as I mentioned, those that are eligible are cooperatives, credit unions, and nonprofit organizations, though they were encouraged to apply for these competitive loans, which will ultimately help agricultural producers and landowners resolve their heirs' land ownership and succession issues. Through the heirs property relending program, FSA loans up to $5 million at a 1% interest rate to eligible lenders. And then these lenders will then reloan funds to heirs to, as I mentioned, to help resolve title issues. Now, at the Policy Center, we have 7 active research studies currently. 4 of those research studies relate to heirs property. So there's the Uniform Classification of Heirs Property that's being conducted by Tuskegee University. We have closing the equity and inclusion gap, an analysis of the implementation of heirs property policy in the 2014 Farm Bill. And this is being conducted by the Federation of Southern Cooperatives. Auburn University is looking at quantifying heirs property across the Deep South, and this is a geospatial approach. And then we have Lichen, that is examining the efficacy of the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act in Georgia, Alabama, and Kentucky. And the purpose is to see, so is there a difference in those states that have adopted the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act versus those that have not? So the Tuskegee research study, the objectives then of the research study are to examine empirical data to better quantify the number of acres of heirs property in Alabama and Mississippi, and to understand the impact of the associated obstacles in recording heirs property, and then to use these findings to create a uniform system of classification concerning recording heirs property in Alabama and Mississippi. Now, when they did their search, they used the following terms to search for heirs property: heirs, estate, S-all, S-E-T-A-L, deceased, or D-E-C, D-E-C-D. Now, so what they found is that only Macon County, Alabama, has heirs property as the majority term used, roughly 68.1%, while for the 4 Alabama regions under study, it was used in only 21.7% of the cases. Now, this is relevant because if individuals are looking to get the magnitude of heirs property and you're only asking the counties for heirs property, there's going to be a majority of the property that will not be captured. So in general, across Alabama, the term estate was used 38.4% of the time, and et al. Was used 32.6%. Those were the preferred terms, and deceased was only used in roughly 7.3% of the cases. Now in Mississippi, 6 of the 10 counties that Tuskegee looked at where data was publicly available had no record of heirs property. So heirs as a label occurred in only 0.2%. The majority term used there was et al., and there were no cases of the use of deceased as a label. The second study then, which was being done by the Federation of Southern Cooperatives, is looking at the closing of the equity and inclusion gap. And so they looked at FSA's implementation of the heirs property policies. So again, it was a comprehensive study to examine best practices for rapid implementation and effectiveness of alternate documentation language for USDA program eligibility for socially disadvantaged farmers in the Black Belt region. And they specifically looked at South Carolina, Mississippi, and Alabama, and to evaluate and identify impediments to implementation at the county level. Now, what they found was that only 5 or 25% of those participants in the survey reported any knowledge of the 2018 Farm Bill related to heirs property, which was Section 12.615. 3 of those 5 attributed their awareness via education and outreach from the Federation. 2 or 10% of the participants declined to answer any questions about their knowledge of awareness, and the remaining 13 participants, or 65%, advised that they were not aware of Section 12.1615 or any heirs property policies from the 2018 Farm Bill. So Section 12615 delineated the eligibility for operators on heirs property land to obtain a farm number. All right, the next study is being conducted by Auburn University, and they're looking at quantifying heirs property across the Deep South using a geospatial approach. So the goals of their research are to document and map the extent and value of heirs property at the county level in 13 southern states, and then to create a database that allows the mapping at the parcel level within county. All right, now, and so their study, they're not finished, but it is over 15 million acres of land that is heirs property. Yeah, right. So now I'm not going to go into details, but those are the fourth study. Again, Lycan looked at the difference between the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act in Georgia, Alabama, and Kentucky, and they did find that there was a difference in Georgia and Alabama, which are the two states that had adopted the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property, versus Kentucky, which has not, in partition sales. So just quickly, I want to touch on policy development is our second area of priority, and we have executed or began executing the 2023 Farm Bill planning process. We have held a number of regional meetings to virtually collect information. We have, in all of our priority areas, we're working with Harvard Law School, Vermont Law Center, and Southern Law Center to help us to capture and synthesize the discussions. And we plan to prioritize the data, and by early next spring, have the policy recommendations available to send to the Congressional Black Caucus and the House Agricultural Committee through the Congressional Black Caucus. For strategic outreach, we are working on a train-the-trainer, best practices or tools and techniques across the land grant system to ensure and increase the consistency of training that is provided to socially disadvantaged farmers. We're working on a database of Black farmers, and then education in a number of the technical skills areas. We continue to expand our partnerships at the Policy Center. And the only other thing I will say, the fourth area related to stakeholder engagement, we're currently working with over 70 community-based organizations, and we are working with now currently just about 100% of the land grant universities. And we continue to increase the partnerships then that will ultimately benefit socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers. So my contact information, you can find me espate@alcorn.edu, or if you don't remember that, if you go to Alcorn State University's website, there is a link to the Policy Center, and my contact and the policy analyst and the research analyst, April Love and Dr. Carol Woods, are all listed. So I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Spate. We would like to take a few moments to recognize a few of our amazing stakeholders. The first farmers that we are highlighting are Diane and Ed Cushman from Wayne County, Kentucky. The Cushmans moved to eastern Wayne County about 10 years ago. They started working with Danny Adams shortly after. Now they have one of the best dairy goat farms in the state, and they produce and sell goat milk soap. Our next speaker is Sonia Keith with NRCS. She will inform us on some of the opportunities available to farmers with NRCS.
Hello, my name is Sonia Keith, and I am the Assistant State Conservationist for Partnerships with the Natural Resources Conservation Service in Lexington, Kentucky. In my job, I work with partners all across the state with similar or missions that work well with the Natural Resources Conservation mission. So I'm always excited to work with Kentucky State University. They're one of our key partners that we try to work with on a regular basis. And the Kentucky Small Limited Resource Minority Farmers Conference is something that we're always happy to sponsor and be a part of, and we always appreciate being invited to participate. I wish we could be in person doing this, but I am thankful for the technology that allows us to do this remotely and still get the word out about the Natural Resources Conservation Service and what we do and how we can partner with you on your farm. The presentation I'll be doing today is the Natural Resources Conservation Service, your partner in conservation. So I'm going to be going over who NRCS is, a little bit about our history, and some of our conservation programs and common practices that we do across the state of Kentucky. So the Natural Resources Conservation Service is an agency of the Department of Agriculture, and we were established in 1935 as a direct result of the Dust Bowl. Initially, we were called the Soil Erosion Service, and were pretty quickly renamed the Soil Conservation Service. And our background and our foundation is rooted in soils and soil health, and it's still a very prominent part of who we are and what we do today. But as time went on, we kind of started broadening our scope to be a lot more than just soil. We were dealing with waters and land conservation, animal, that sort of thing. So in 1994, we were renamed the Natural Resources Conservation Service to kind of capture that broadened scope. Our mission is to deliver conservation solutions so an agriculture producer can protect their natural resources and feed a growing world. We are not a regulatory agency. I think a lot of people assume that if we're with the federal government that there's a regulatory component. And I just want to let everyone know that everything that I'm going to be going over today is all voluntary. If we're out helping you, if we're on your property, it is at your request. We are also a science-based agency, so all of the things that we're going to be doing with you, all of the practices that we'll be implementing on your property is all based on a fairly rigorous process of testing and compiling data and tweaking things. So if you're working with us and we're implementing stuff on your property, just know that there are standards and specifications that we need to follow that is based on all of that science-based technology and testing that we've done over the years. So what NRCS does is provide assistance to landowners to protect their natural resources, and that includes soil, water, air, plants, and animals. And more simply put, the Natural Resources Conservation Service helps people help the land. So I want to take just a second and talk about kind of the hierarchy of conservation partnerships that exist. And again, NRCS is a federal agency, but we're one of the very few agencies that at that federal level that works one-on-one with private landowners. If you think about most federal agencies, they're working on federal property or federal land, and we actually work directly with farmers to help you all. But there is levels to that. So at the local level is the Soil and Water Conservation Districts. And every county in the state of Kentucky has a Soil and Water Conservation District. In fact, one county has two. So every county has that office that you can go into and you can get help and assistance with conservation activities on your property. NRCS works very, very closely with those soil and water conservation districts. They're our primary partner. Way back in the 1930s when we were established, it was very important to Hugh Hammond Bennett that they be our primary partners so we can have that local input on conservation issues. A lot of our field staff that you will be meeting with are co-located in offices with these soil and water conservation districts. At the state level, there's an entity called the Kentucky Division of Conservation. So they have what in Kentucky is called the State Cost Share Program that is also conservation related, and we work with them frequently on a partnership basis. A lot of those soil and water conservation districts at the county level have locally led type of conservation programs as well. Then at the federal level, you have us, the Natural Resources Conservation Service. So I just want to make sure everybody knows that there are different levels and different entities that can help you do conservation on your property, and that we often work together so you can benefit from all of those groups. So now I'm going to talk about how the Natural Resources Conservation Service can partner with you specifically. And within RCS, we have kind of two different avenues that we can go down. We can offer you technical assistance, or we can offer you financial assistance. So technical assistance is free. I will be going over that and kind of letting you all know what that entails. If you opt to ask for financial assistance and you get that, then the technical assistance kind of comes with it. So again, going back to that whole being a technical agency with all this research background, if you're going to be doing work and we're going to be financially assisting you, we want to make sure that we are following those plans and specifications for those practices. The first thing I'm going to talk about is technical assistance and kind of what that entails. When you work with NRCS, again, I've said it several times already and I'll probably say it more, we are a technical agency. So we have access to a lot of very technical disciplines. In the state of Kentucky, in the state office in Lexington and throughout the state, we have engineers that are available. We have soil scientists, agronomists, archaeologists, GIS specialists. And when you contact our local service center, which I'll talk about more in a little bit, you're going to be talking to a conservationist, and they're going to come out and they're going to help you develop what we call a conservation plan. And that's a tool that's designed to help you better manage the natural resources on your farm. So you're going to be talking to these people about the current setup on your farm, your management that you're doing currently, what you're hoping to achieve. We're going to be addressing any kind of resource concerns, which are like environmental concerns on your property. And that conservationist is going to help you through that. If there is something on your property that needs another level of work, like if you need an engineer to come out or you need a soil scientist to come out, that conservationist has access to those people. And that's going to be part of that conservation plan if needed. So the conservation plan is going to include things like aerial photography of your property. Again, soils, our foundation is soils, and you're going to get a soils map with the description of the soils that's on your property and what those soils are good for and not good for, and how that relates to your management. We're going to talk about the location of any conservation practices that we might recommend, and if there's any operation and maintenance components to those. Some of them are structural. And I will be talking a little bit more about some of the more common conservation practices that we do across the state. But that's all going to be included in that conservation plan. And then you take that plan and you decide what's next. So you can just take that technical assistance piece, which is that plan, and you can use it on your own and implement some of our strategies, or just use it as good background information for how you want to move forward on your property. But you can also take that conservation plan and decide that you may want some financial assistance to implement some of those conservation practices. So the next thing I'm going to talk about is that financial assistance piece. So financial assistance is you're going to request assistance by filling out an application with our local service center. I'm going to talk about that process and how to do that in a minute. And we're going to actually give you a cost share rate, which can vary depending on the program and the practice that you'll be implementing, but you're going to get that assistance to implement those conservation practices. Now, if we're doing financial assistance with you, again, we do need to make sure it meets our plans and specifications, and it has to meet our agency mission. So there has to be some sort of resource concern that we're addressing. It has to be on eligible land. So eligible land for us is agriculture, non-industrial private forest land, and some urban properties. And I think most people are under the impression that if you're doing work with an agency that's related underneath the U.S. Department of Ag, that it has to be kind of that typical rural landscape. There has to be crop fields, there has to be livestock, that sort of thing. And that's not true. We can do work on forest land as long as it's private and not industrial. And we can do work in urban settings as well. So some general eligibility criteria for our financial assistance programs. I will say that it can change a little bit based on which program you might be doing. And I'm going to go over kind of our top 3 programs that we do across the state of Kentucky. But generally speaking, to be eligible for our programs, this is the criteria you have to meet. And that is, you have to have a social security number or employee ID number. You need to have a deed to the property or some kind of agreement that shows us that you have control of the property that you're wanting work to be done on. There has to be a farm tract number, and you can get that on urban properties as well. If you need a farm tract number, you need to get that from the Farm Service Agency. And FSA is typically co-located in the same office as NRCS. So if you're there working with us already, you can maybe go work with FSA and work that and get that paperwork put together. That local service center personnel, that conservationist, will help you get a farm tract number if that's something that you need. They'll walk you through all of this. You only need that farm tract number if you're getting financial assistance from us. So if, again, going back to that technical assistance piece, if you're only wanting that technical part, that conservation plan, you do not need a farm tract number, only if you would like financial assistance. You need to be compliant with highly erodible land conservation and wetland conservation provisions, and you must meet adjusted gross income provisions, and currently that's $900,000 a year. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about some of these financial assistance programs that are available. I'm really going to hit our top big 3 that we do the most work in Kentucky, but there are more. And again, you're going to hear me say this over and over again, that local service center person is going to be that person who's going to know about all these programs, is going to know about all these conservation practices, and is going to help lead you through the process of what program to apply for and what things you need to apply for under those programs. So the first program that I'm going to talk to you about is the Environmental Quality Incentive Program, or EQIP for short. This is voluntary. If you sign up for EQIP, you're always going to get that technical assistance piece. You always get that technical assistance piece regardless of what program you sign up for. And then we're going to give you financial assistance piece to help implement those conservation practices on your property. Again, we do have to be addressing a resource concern. And I like to describe EQIP as kind of like a fix-it program. A lot of people that sign up for us to do work with us for the first time ever, they've never really done any kind of conservation on their property. Many of them are beginning farmers or just getting started. EQIP tends to be a good program, a good fit for them. There's a lot of just basic stuff that we go over on how to help you help your land, and it kind of gets your foot in the door and you kind of understand what natural resources conservation does and how we can assist you, and we can get started on your property. So EQIP is one of our most common programs that you'll hear about, and I'll talk a little bit later about some of the stuff that we do under the EQIP program. The next program I'm going to talk about is the Conservation Stewardship Program, or CSP. So I called EQIP the Fix-It program. The Conservation Stewardship Program is kind of like a rewards program. And a lot of people that have worked with us before and have done EQIP projects on their property are good fits for CSP. So CSP is encouraging people to adopt additional conservation activities. So you've been out there, you've already done some conservation, you like how it's helping you with your management, and you want to improve on it and you want to do more. And that's CSP. So we give you financial assistance to implement new things, and then we give you a little bit of incentive payment for the stuff that you've already implemented on your property. The last program I'm going to talk about is our easement program. We have an Agriculture Conservation Easement Program, or ACEP. We have quite a robust easement program across the state. And there are different types of easements that you can get on your property. So you can use this program to enhance wetlands, restore wetlands, and I would say probably our most common use of the easement programs is wetland restoration or enhancement. But we also have a grasslands component. There's a healthy forest reserve component. There's some easements that can help make sure that you don't have development of property. And the easements part of our programs is a very specialized type of program. So again, you're going to start always with that local service center, and you're going to have that conservationist come out and work with you. And if it seems like easements is a good fit for what you would like to do on your property, then they're going to refer you to our easement staff. So we actually have staff in Kentucky that work specifically on easements across the state because it is kind of specialized. So if you happen to think that you might need to do some type of easement work, I just wanted to make sure that you all were aware that we were able to do that. And it still starts at the same kind of process, but you would be handed over to a little bit different staff on that. Okay, during my presentation so far, I've said over and over again that you need to start with that local service center to get help and to get NRCS people out on your land and start to assist you. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how to do that. So I have a map up here of the state of Kentucky, and kind of shows, hopefully you're able to see kind of how we're set up. So we have 3 different areas across the state. The far western is Area 1, the central part of the state is Area 2, and then Area 3. And if you can see on the slide, there's little stars that show where that local service center is. And that's probably where you're going to be contacting our staff to come and assist you. I always tell people, and at the end of the presentation, I'll put up our website, but it's quite a long URL. If you just go to Google and you Google NRCS Kentucky, there's a Contact Us tab, and you can go in there and you can put in your county, and it will bring up the NRCS people that you need to contact for the county that your property is in. So we do have counties, several offices across the county, as you can see, or across the state, excuse me. And then you can also, I mentioned earlier, those local soil and water conservation districts. And even if we don't have a service center in a county, you can always contact that soil and water conservation district and say, I'm trying to get in touch with NRCS, and they can assist you as well. So if you would like to get assistance, this slide shows the 5 steps to assistance. And always the first thing you do is contact that local service center in any of those ways I just mentioned. And the first step is going to be that planning part. That's that conservation plan, that's that technical assistance piece. And then if you decide that you want financial assistance, then you're going to get into the application part. So I will say that the NRCS staff will help you with that application part. We always have more applications than we have funding. So we are going to check that eligibility next. That's step 3. I went over that briefly earlier. That's where you need the tax ID and ownership of the or control of the land, that sort of thing. So we're going to make sure that you're eligible for whatever program you're applying for. And then we're going to rank. We have a ranking process because we do have way more applications than we have funding. We will pause periodically in that application process and bundle all the applications together and rank them, and then fund the ones that address the more higher resource concerns, the more environmental issues. And then the 5th step is implementing. So I've mentioned multiple times that we have standards and specifications that we have to follow, and our staff will be able to assist you with implementing those conservation practices on your property. So I'm just going to go over some of the common conservation practices that we implement across the state. We have a multitude of conservation practices. This is by no means the only ones that we have that we can do on your own land. But I wanted to just give you an idea of the top 4 or 5 that we do across the state. So one of our more popular ones that we do is fencing. Again, always having to address a resource concern or environmental issue. So fencing can be used to address multiple issues. If you have a water quality issue on your property, we can fence livestock out of water bodies like creeks or ponds. If you have woodland on your property and the livestock is destroying that woodland, we can fence those out, the livestock out of the fence. A lot of people use rotational grazing systems where you have livestock and there's a soil quality issue because they're grazing down to bare ground, and you can rotate them through different paddocks. So that is some very common things that we do with our fencing standard. Kind of going hand in hand with fencing is livestock watering facility and pipelines. So if you're fencing your livestock out of creeks or water bodies, obviously they need water. So we can help cost share on getting water to different fields or paddocks throughout your property. This reduces sediment and erosion and improves your livestock health. If you're going to be doing a rotational grazing system, obviously you need to have water in all those different paddocks. So very often if you're doing a fencing implementation, you will also be looking at doing livestock watering and pipeline implementation as well. Cover crops, we do a lot of cover crops across the state. I mentioned earlier that we started as a result of the Dust Bowl, and that was a direct result of land that had been, the crops had been taken up and the soil was just left open and barren, and it all blew away. So we highly recommend cover crops to people, and we do a lot of cover crop work. This helps with soil health. It helps your soil retain moisture. It keeps nutrients in the soil in place and not having it run off the field into neighboring or downstream areas. I mentioned earlier that we do work on forest land, and we do have forest stand improvement practices that we do frequently. This can improve wildlife habitat. You just have a healthier stand of forest. It reduces damages from wildfires and pest and disease. And we do quite a bit of this work all across the state, but more heavily in the eastern part of the state because it is more highly forested. High tunnels is ever increasing in popularity. We have a ton of requests for high tunnels every year. And this is really important to extend people's growing season. They have better control of the plant quality and the soil quality. Obviously, you have a lot more control over that whole area, that whole atmosphere, so you don't have as much trouble with pests, and you don't have to use as much pesticides, that sort of thing. So a lot of different positives for high tunnels. And in today's world, with food security being an issue and that sort of thing, high tunnels have really helped with a local source of fresh produce. Farmers markets have been thriving, and a lot of people are putting up high tunnels and able to sell fresh fruits and vegetables for a lot longer time. So this is something that we continue to have an increased demand in. I will say that a lot of people think that high tunnels are the same as greenhouses, and they are very similar, but with NRCS, if you're getting money for a high tunnel, we do require that the plants be put into the natural soil profile. So if you look at the picture that's up on the screen, you'll see that everything's planted in the soil and there's no raised beds or hanging baskets, that sort of thing. That is one of our requirements for the high tunnel program, and is a lot different than what people think of as greenhouses. So I just wanted to mention that. Pollinator habitat, we do a lot of that, and it's often a companion practice. I mentioned earlier that fencing is often paired with the livestock watering facilities. Pollinator habitat is often paired with some other common practices that we do, like high tunnels, for example. We all hear about how important pollinators and bees are to our society, our food production. And pollinator habitat really helps us with that. It also offers areas for wildlife habitat and food. It helps with soil erosion. It's good for nesting and egg laying. So there's a lot of benefits to pollinator habitat that exceeds just that pollinator. So that was just a quick snapshot of some of the practices that we do across the state, and those are our more popular ones. So I just wanted to take a second and let you all know kind of what the money goes to, how it's kind of spread out. Now this is kind of averaged over the last 5 or 6 years, and obviously depends on how much money we get for any year for budget, from a budgetary standpoint. But usually we get about $30 million in conservation dollars to put on the ground. So that's that financial assistance piece. This doesn't take into account the technical assistance, those conservation plans. But with that $30 million in financial assistance, we'll restore approximately 3,500 acres of wetlands or create or enhance wetlands. We'll every year put about 200 miles of fence down, to exclude livestock from waterways or to help with those rotational grazing systems. About 120 high tunnels are installed annually, about 80 miles of pipeline installed, 200 acres of forest land is protected or improved with our forest stand improvement work. So I just wanted to give you all just a snapshot of an average year for financial assistance in Kentucky through the Natural Resources Conservation Service. I want to take just a second to remind everyone that the Natural Resources Conservation Service programs are voluntary, but we do have rules, those plans and specifications that I've mentioned multiple times. So all practices that are implemented with financial assistance from NRCS has to follow those. And our programs are funded competitively. So I mentioned earlier that we always have more requests, more applications than we have funding. So, it is competitive. Just because you put in an application doesn't mean you're automatically going to get it. There's generally a cost share component to all financial assistance, and that can vary based on the practice, based on the program. I mentioned that EQIP and CSP are two popular programs. Well, it's very different than easements. So that cost share part will be very different in those types of programs. I wanted to take a minute to talk about historically underserved applicants. NRCS gives special program consideration for those historically underserved applicants. And in the next slide, I'll tell you all what groups are considered historically underserved. But some of the things that you do that you would, special considerations that you get if you're historically underserved is you get a higher payment rate. So I just talked about how there's always a cost share component to these. And generally speaking, on average, it's going to be about 75% federal, 25% landowner. But if you're historically underserved, you're going to get a higher payment rate. Again, it varies on what program and what application or what practice you're putting in. But most of the time, it's going to be about 90% federal and 10% landowner. I talked a little bit about how we will pause in applications sometimes and group all them together and then rank them. If you're historically underserved, you're often going to be competing in smaller funding pools of applications. So you're going to be ranked against a smaller group, so you have a higher chance of being funded. And historically underserved participants are also eligible for partial advance payments if needed. So if you have a problem meeting that cost share component, that 10% or 25%, and you need an advance payment, that's something that you might qualify for if you're considered historically underserved. So the Farm Bill, 2018 Farm Bill delineated what is considered historically underserved for the current Farm Bill that we're working under now. And it's basically three categories. So there's a beginning farmer category. You have to prove that by showing a tax return where you did not file a Schedule F and you haven't farmed consecutively for the past 10 years. If you meet that criteria, you're a beginning farmer and you have that historical underserved requirement met. A limited resource producer. So family income doesn't exceed a certain level. If that is applicable, then you could be considered historically underserved under that limited resource producer. And then the last group is the socially disadvantaged group. So that's people like American Indians, Alaska Natives, Hispanics, Asians, Blacks, African Americans, or Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders. If you were part of any of those groups, you're considered historically underserved. And the way you let us know that is when you submit that application for financial assistance, and you're working with that local conservationist, on that application there are going to be boxes that you check. And you need to check any applicable historically underserved box that you qualify for. So you could feasibly be a beginning farmer and a limited resource producer and in the socially disadvantaged group as well. And you would check all three of those boxes if they're applicable on your application. Once we get those, we see that what historically underserved group you fit in, and then we will put you in the correct categories for those ranking processes. And then if you get funded, we'll talk to you about the cost share rates and any kind of advance payments that you might qualify for. So I want to take a second to go over some just common misconceptions about the Natural Resources Conservation Service. We often hear people say that NRCS only takes applications at certain times of the year, and that's not true. You can apply for any program at any time by contacting that local service center, getting that technical assistance done, that conservation plan. We do pause those applications to bundle them and rank them, but you can always apply. I've mentioned several times that NRCS is not a regulatory agency. Everything that I've talked about today, the technical piece, the financial piece, is all voluntary. We're not going to be out there on your property helping you unless you're asking us to be there. Often people think that NRCS does not work in urban areas or forest areas. I mentioned this a couple of times in my presentation, but we do have technical and financial assistance available in an urban environment. And we do have practices and do work on forest land, as long as that forest land is privately owned and non-industrial. Okay, that wraps up my presentation for today. I have a slide up here that just has some website addresses that you might find useful. I mentioned earlier that you can go to our website to contact the appropriate service center, and that's the address there, or you can just Google NRCS Kentucky. If you want Kentucky-specific information, you can always go to kentucky.nrcs.usda.gov. You can also find the Contact Us page there. And then there is a USDA-wide information website that's relatively new. It's been out the past 4 or 5 years, and it's called farmers.gov/conservation. If you're interested in conservation-specific activities, you can figure out what NRCS does conservation-wise. You can figure out what Farm Service Agency does. Any USDA agency that has a conservation component can be found there. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. I appreciate the opportunity to meet.
Thank you, Sonia. The next farmers we are highlighting are George and Susan Miller. Along with their 2 daughters, Mr. and Mrs. Miller own 4.5 acres of farmland where they grow a variety of produce. They were recognized as the Kentucky Small Farmer of the Year in 2014 and have received a Small Farms grant from Kentucky State University. Edwin Chavers, Kentucky State University Extension agent, has provided research-based agriculture extension information to the Millers over the years for their farm operation. Next, we will hear from Joni Nelson, manager of the Kentucky State University Center for Sustainability for Farms and Families, about value-added processing in Kentucky.
Thank you for joining us today. My name is Joni Nelson. I manage the Center for Sustainability of Farms and Families here at Kentucky State University. Today we're going to be talking about food processing and manufacturing in Kentucky. So you're thinking about, where do I start? First, you want to think about what types of products are you going to produce? Where are you going to get your recipes? What are the costs associated with creating that product? What's your marketing strategy, your processing strategy? What trainings may you need? And what rules and regulations do you need to follow in order to process that product? So your types of products, your fermented foods, like your kombuchas and things like that, your jams and your jellies, either low or low risk, your sauces, your barbecue sauce, your vinegars, those are high risk. If you're doing some kind of syrups like honey or maple, baked goods, breads, cookies, things like that, soaps, lotions, or beverages. Let's talk about recipes here for a minute. Where are you going to get your recipe from? Are you going to get it from the Ball Canning book? Are you going to get it online? Is it going to be your grandma's favorite recipe? Or is it going to be from an old cookbook or an extension-based program? Depending on where you get your recipe from will depend on if it needs a process review or not before you can produce the product. What are some of your costs associated with producing a commercial product or a home-based product here in Kentucky? You got to think about your kitchen fees. Are you going to rent the kitchen? Are you going to have a home kitchen? Or are you going to build a commercial kitchen at your house? What are your permit fees? These permit fees are based on the size of that kitchen and the amount of product that you actually produce. You've got to think about your inspections and your recipe approvals. So in order to be a commercial, you have to have an inspection in your home or in your commercial kitchen. Packaging, what kind of packaging are you going to use? Are you going to use jars? Are you going to use a 2-lid jar or 1-lid jar? What kind of ingredients do you have? Are you going to grow these ingredients or are you going to purchase them from a local farmer? What are your labels? What are the costs of printing those labels? What is the cost of approval of those labels? And what is your labor cost? Are you going to print them yourself or are you going to hire it out? Your marketing, where are you going to market these products? Your farmer's market? Are you going to deliver them? Are they going to be online or are you going to ship them? What about business licenses? Are you going to be an LLC or a sole proprietor? In some cases, you'll need a business license as well to operate in your county. Your product liability insurance. Some commercial kitchens and some places that you sell retail to will require your product liability insurance. Marketing. So the Center for Crop Diversification has some great reports out there that you can get some prices for and kind of start thinking about that, what you're going to sell your product for. The Market Ready program, once you have that product and you're in production, they can help you get into industry and you can go through their program. The Kentucky Department of Agriculture has a great marketing program, the Kentucky Proud program, the Appalachian Proud program, and they have a POP grant that can help with some marketing materials as well. So let's think about your marketing strategy. So you've got home-based microprocessor, and commercial. Let's talk about home-based processor. In order to sell these products that you process under a home-based processor license, it has to be produced and sold within the state by the processor. So you have to produce that product and you have to actually sell it directly to the customer, whether it's a certified market stand, a registered farmer's market, a fair, a festival, or a community event. Now, if you're going to sell online, say you have an online store, that's fine. You actually have to deliver that product to the person and hand it to them. You can't ship it. Your home-based microprocessor is products under this can only be sold at 3 different locations in Kentucky. So you can sell it at your farm, a KDA registered farmer's market, or a Kentucky Farm Bureau certified farm market as well. As far as commercial is concerned, this has the highest way to sell things. You can sell items in more different places if you're commercial. It allows you to sell it at restaurants, grocery stores, gift shops, wholesales, internet. You can even ship a commercial product out of state if you wanted to. Okay, let's talk a little bit about your home-based processor. What is a home-based processor? Well, House Bill 468 lifted the regulations on home-based processors where you no longer have to grow the main ingredient in order to be a home-based processor. So this can include some of your home bakers and things like that as well. However, your label has to contain this product is home processed and produced. You have a yearly registration of $50. Like I said, these cannot be sold in grocery stores or retail outlets or for the resale. There's only certain places that you can actually sell these products. Items must not require refrigeration. So if you're making a lemon meringue pie, I'm sorry, you can't do that under a home-based processor license. Only certain low-risk products can be produced under this House bill. You have to also have gross annual sales under $60,000. You can direct your questions about home-based processing to Lewis Ramsey at 502-564-7184 if you have more questions. And you can also go to the link that will drop into the chat box to find out more information on home-based processing. So let's look at some of the products that you can produce under home-based processor. You can do dried or freeze-dried fruits and vegetables. Those can't be vacuum packed, however. You can do mixed greens, fruits, jams, jellies. However, these jams or jellies can't have a no sugar or any kind of claim like that, and you can't do pepper jellies. You can do breads, cookies, cakes, nuts, pecan pies, and fruit pies as long as they don't have to be refrigerated. And some candy, but they can't contain alcohol, so you can't do your bourbon balls and sell them under the home-based processor license. Sorry about that. What about the home-based microprocessor? Your label has to contain, again, this product is home-produced and processed. You can produce higher-risk products such as vinegars, barbecue sauces, your pepper jelly under this home-based processor. However, you can only sell these at Kentucky Farm Bureau certified farm markets on your farm or a KDA registered farmers market. And you can find those lists out there. You're required to have verification and approved water source in order to have this. Your recipes have to be reviewed through Ann Hall Norris. In order to qualify, each product has to contain a primary ingredient. So you have to grow the main ingredient. If you're making strawberry jam, you can't buy those strawberries from another farmer. You have to actually produce those strawberries yourself. Your products can be non-fruit, like vegetables or herbs. You can do some canned foods like green beans and tomatoes, things like that. Again, your gross annual sales have to be under $60,000. You have a $50 initial training fee, and then it's $10 renewals for every 3 years. And then you have a $50 certification through the food safety branch that you also have to pay. So let's look at some home-based versus micro-based processor. So say you want to do a low-sugar strawberry jam. Are you going to be a home-based processor or a micro-based processor? Remember, if you're making any kind of claim on there, you have to be a home-based microprocessor or commercial in order to do that. If it's a refrigerated product, you cannot do that under home-based processor or microprocessor currently. So let's look at a few products that are not allowed under either one of these. Kimchi, kombucha, those are some of the questions we get quite often. Raw seed sprouts, some of your cream-filled pies that require refrigeration, any kind of food containing any kind of meat or poultry. So you can't do your jerky or anything else like this. You can't do anything that's vacuum-packed in containers other than a mason jar. So if you're doing freeze-dried products, then you need to put that into a mason jar instead of into a vacuum-packed jar. Let's talk a little bit about commercial manufacturing. The commercial manufacturing requires certain requirements on the building. We'll talk about those in just a minute. You can have sales to additional locations, like I said, those restaurants, those grocery stores, that convenience store down the road that carries, some of your favorite snacks. You can sell to there. You may also have to require a process review. It kind of depends on your recipe and what your requirements are on to where you're selling it and whether you need a nutrition label or not. It requires a food safety branch label approval. You could be required to take better processing control school training. Business license in some counties are required. You can look up that list right here at this link. You can be required to have a food manufacturing and storage licenses, which is basically you're required to register for the Bioterrorism Act registration. And commercial manufacturing also includes these fermented foods. So as for facility requirements, you have to have a bathroom, and this bathroom has to be approved by the Division of Plumbing in order to have a commercial kitchen. Your water has to be approved. Certain wells and cisterns and private water supplies have to be approved by the Division of Water. It has to be a dedicated place away from your main kitchen, so you can't be cooking your family food and your commercial products in the same place. You have to have like a hand washing sink, a 3-compartment sink, things like that. There's a list that we can drop in the chat and a link to all the facility requirements for a commercial kitchen. You can also check with your local health department and they can help you. Let's talk a little bit about labels and commercial labels. In order to manufacture food in Kentucky, all packaged food products in Kentucky, doesn't matter if you're micro-based, home-based, or commercial, have to have the statement of identity on it. So you have to say what it is. You have to have your net quantity of contents, your ingredient statement with your allergen identification, your name and address and manufacturer or distributor, just in case you have to have a recall. You may want to consider a Julian code. So it's some type of code that you can identify that product in case you have to have some kind of recall and know where you produced it and where you sold it. Now, all of your print on this label cannot be lower than 6-point font. And as you can see from right here, that is your 6-point font right there. So it's kind of small, it looks like on this screen, but once you put it on a jar or a label, sometimes it's still readable. This is an example of a commercial label. So you have your ingredients, your flour, that's your main ingredient, okay? Because you're making cookies in a jar. You have your name, your address, and you have your net weight in ounces and grams. That's very important. You have to have both on a label here in Kentucky. Your labeling requirements, like I said, some places will require nutrition labeling. It just depends on where you're selling your product and the commercial viability of them. If you're selling to Kroger, in some cases, they actually require that nutrition labels. And you can get those through the Food System Innovation Center at UK. I can put a link to the chat in that for that. And also, here's kind of some more information on what you need to have on a commercial label. So one thing you got to think about is take notice of what I call now the 9 allergens, because in 2023, you're going to have to include whether or not you have sesame in your product. So you got to think about milk, eggs, wheat, soybeans, peanuts, tree nuts, sesame, fish, and shellfish. Packaged foods have to have labels that are reviewed by the food safety branch prior to their marketing if you're a commercial processor. So you can contact Virginia Hamilton at the food safety branch in order to get that process approved or that label approved. Not all products, like I said, require the nutrition panel regulations, but some stores still may. Let's look at some of these products. So you want to do some green beans at the market. You actually don't have to have any kind of permit to do that. So if you're just, shucking your corn and selling it, you don't actually have to have a permit to do that. But say you want to do frozen fruit. So you've got your strawberries, but you don't want to process them in a jam. You want to sell them frozen. You have to have a commercial processing license for that. If you want to do granola, you could do it under home-based processor, depending on where you want to sell it, or commercial processing, depending on, like I said, where you want to sell your products. Where's your market base? So if you have mushrooms, just cultivated mushrooms, you can just wash those and sell them, and there's no permit required. If you're doing salsas, hot sauces, barbecue sauces, you have to be home-based microprocessor or commercial processor. So you can kind of look through some of this information. I'll leave it up here for just a minute, and you can kind of look through and see what you need to be, what you need to do. I can also send this out to people who are interested. Just drop it in the chat, and we can get this to you. I mentioned process review. What do you need to do in case you need a process review? You need to know on your form that you're going to fill out, and at the bottom right, we'll drop this in the chat too, it kind of tells you a little bit more information about how to do a process review through UK. You need to know what you're fermenting or what you're producing, jam, jelly, kombucha, the type of container you're going to use, and lids. Is it going to be a 1-part or a 2-part lid? I'm going to tell you 2-part lids I've seen in various occasions actually seal a lot better than those 1-part lids and are, they're more pleasing to inspectors and stuff. Your list of ingredients by the volume, you saw that on the label. Where are your vessels going to be stored or fermented? Like, how long are you going to store these items before you actually sell them? They have to be in a temperature-controlled space. You have to attach your recipe. You need to know when your pH is tested and how you tested your pH. How you're going to sanitize your jars before you pack them. Now, I have a lot of producers out there that will take their jars and run them through a dishwasher beforehand just to get off any dust or just in case glass got broke. I have seen glass in a lot of these vessels before. And then they'll put them in the oven and hold them at 180 degrees until they're ready to fill them. When was your training? What's your product classification? Are you commercial, micro-based, home-based? What's your processing method? How are you going to process this? Are you going to hot fill? Are you going to water bath? And then you have to also include a sample of that product. So let's kind of recap a little bit. Rules and regulations. So you need to see the Kentucky Manufacturing Guide in order for your facility requirements. As for permits and registrations, you need to look at your commercial food manufacturing permit, your prepackaged food retail sales permit, your food storage warehouse permit, that's the Bioterrorism Act registration that I mentioned, your home-based processor registrations, and your business license. As for training and certifications, let's look at the Processing Authority Review Certification, your Home Microprocessor Certification Program, your Better Processing Control School, your Market Ready Certification Program, and your Farm Bureau Certified Roadside Stand, or I think it's called a farm market now. So trainings, the Better Processing Control School is held in December by UK. The small farm grant in some cases can help supplement the cost of this. Your food manager's license, your food handler's card. A lot of places, if you're doing fairs and festivals, actually require you to have a food handler's card in order to sell at those festivals. Your Market Ready program and your home-based processor program. I don't know that they're doing this training anymore this year for the home-based or micro-based processing, but you can contact UK through this link here, and they'll be able to let you know when, and you can kind of watch when those trainings are going to be available. You can also contact your local extension office as well in your county. So some of the resources that are out there: Kentucky State University Small Scale Farm Grant Program, your Kentucky Center for Agriculture and Rural Development, your K-Card. This is free business planning and grant facilitation. Your County Agriculture Investment Program, your CAPE, which is a cost share program. Now, not all counties have this, but you can kind of look up and see if your county has this or not. You can contact your extension office. They should be able to tell you as well. Your Kentucky Department of Agriculture, the PROUD POP grant, and your Kentucky PROUD program. The Farmers Market Resource Guide. Now, this guide is where you want to start in a lot of cases. Is you look at this guide and you can kind of tell where you want to sell your products. A lot of the information that I have mentioned today is actually in this guide, so you can look through that. It's several pages long, but you kind of look through and kind of see what the requirements are for farmers markets here in the state now. The Food System Innovation Center, that's all of your trainings and things like that. Now, there's a lot of other fundings and programs out there, so if you have some questions, feel free to email me. I also want to talk a little bit about our Fruit and Vegetable Mobile Processing Unit. So we have this unit that can travel throughout the state. You just need to contact us. We'll drop that publication in the chat as well. Tom Trivet is actually the person that's over this. We have a sustainability kitchen also that we offer at the farm to help test products viability. So you can come in and use our kitchen to kind of get your products going and trying to, get your certifications and things like that. And then in some cases, we have producers produce in that kitchen during the winter months when we're not running the fruit and vegetable unit.
Thank you, Joni, for that useful information. Joni also manages our Small Farm Grant Program, and she is monitoring the comments if you have any questions for her. The last farmer that we would like to highlight is Dr. Nancy Dawson. Dr. Dawson has long been a friend of Kentucky State University Extension. She has served on various boards and councils. Most recently, she has been working with Mason Crawford to run a 15-week summer youth program based in Russellville Urban Garden, which Dr. Dawson runs. It is our privilege to work with these amazing stakeholders. Our next presenters are Gabrielle McNally and Scott Franklin with American Farmland Trust.
Hello, my name is Gabrielle Resch McNally, and it's wonderful to be here with you virtually in Kentucky as part of your Small Farms Conference. I'm really sorry that most of us aren't gathering in person yet, but happy to be here virtually. I'm going to give you a short presentation on the topic of building resilience with women in agriculture. And the focus is really about how do we kind of share the work that we're doing both in Kentucky, but nationally to support women in agriculture. And then I'll be followed by my colleague who will be sharing a little bit more about other work that American Farmland Trust is doing in the state. And I'm always excited to share this picture. This is from a Women for the Land learning circle that we conducted at Fox Hollow Farm in Crestwood, not too far from Louisville. So great to have some folks there. Maybe a few of you are represented in this picture. So just to provide a little context about American Farmland Trust, we're a leading national nonprofit dedicated to saving the land that sustains us by protecting farmland, promoting environmentally sound farming practices, and keeping farmers on the land. We've been around since 1980. We've worked to permanently protect more than 6.5 million acres of farmland and ranch land from development, and really work to support the adoption of conservation practices, and increasingly working to protect the work and the livelihoods of farmers to keep on the land, which includes engaging women and other underserved farmers. So the Women for the Land Initiative is what I direct and manage. It's a national effort, and we work to really help women tap into their power and work to protect their land, embrace conservation, cultivate resilience to things like climate change and disruptions led by the pandemic and other global, local concerns that impact our agricultural systems. We work with farmers, landowners, and increasingly we're working with folks who are new and beginning, who are aspirational in the world of farmers. I wanted to just kind of remind people about what have been some of the impacts of COVID-19 specifically on women and women producers, just to kind of help frame some of the challenges that folks have faced. And want us to remind us how much women in particular have done to kind of meet the challenge of our times. So specifically in the childcare and workforce, we know that many women have left their workforce due to pandemic-related reasons, and that's true for agriculture as well. And really the caregiving for children and sick and elderly folks have also fallen disproportionately on women. We see globally this sort of trend generally that when we have these sort of we face these challenges associated with things like global pandemics, that things like food insecurity, nutrition, poverty, access to healthcare, or other economic opportunities, increases in gender-based violence. We see these trends, and that's happened through here in the US and globally. And I just raise that point to say that we know how much women are impacted by these kind of global disruptions in a disproportionate way, women and children. And then we know that mental and physical health has been a real challenge. Research that I was looking at recently suggests that women and girls in particular have experienced greater incidences of mental health crises during the pandemic. So I raise all of this to say that we have been surviving, many of us, and trying to thrive in difficult times. But in addition to this sort of global pandemic and its impact on women, we know that women in agriculture continue to face barriers. We know from our learning circle work, our peer-to-peer engagement with women, that we come together with a sort of vast array of backgrounds, but women are still facing barriers across different cultural contexts, both in Kentucky and beyond. So some of the quotes that are illustrated here in this slide are things that we've heard from women at learning circles. And we hear themes associated with these over and over. And one of the powers of the work that we do, which I'll get into a little bit more, is really about connecting to one another and finding some solidarity in our shared experiences. But many of the women we work with, you know, maybe they've lost a spouse, and we see this quote saying, "My husband died last month and I don't know where to start on managing the land." There's this piece around the good old boys type of thing. You're the new kid on the block. We're just not taken seriously enough. So women struggling to kind of make their way in these more male-dominated spaces. This other quote on, "I feel there's some kind of secret society I don't belong to." That can be true for folks, women, and other folks who are just new to agriculture, trying to figure out the acronyms, trying to figure out the right resources and the people to talk to. But I wanted to raise these just to remind folks that women are facing challenges related to the pandemic, and then we continue to face these ongoing challenges associated with accessing agricultural resources. And then it's always important to just kind of, you know, put a pin on this. This map here is about the female operated farms by percent by county, and you can see, you know, it's variable. But there are many parts across the country and Kentucky where we have lots of female operated farms. And those numbers continue to trend upwards. Over 50% of the land in the US is managed, co-managed with a woman. And I think that's a lot higher than people realize. But in recent research specifically to farming, that we've found that it continues to be one of the most unequal professions in the United States today. And that's after accounting for farm size and product and all of those things. So we know that women still face a lot of challenges just in finding equity in our work in agriculture. And then generally, you know, women are running smaller farms and acreages and earning 40% less farm income than farms operated by men. And that's, again, controlling for all other conditions associated with the type of operation. So as we see this, it trends nationally, we know in agriculture, this sort of inequity still runs true. And we also know that in particular, women-led farms are most impacted by this lack of access to childcare. And that, as I noted earlier, has really taken a hit due to climate change, or excuse me, due to the pandemic. But climate change, I'll maybe talk a little bit about later. In terms of intersectional challenges, there's just a few things I wanted to highlight that women and women of color, face even more challenges, or women who are in lower socioeconomic classes. I raise the issue of heirs property. It makes up about 3.5 million acres across the South in the U.S. and more than a third of Southern Black-owned land. An estimated nearly $30 million of value in land is made up in heirs property. Heirs property is a form of fractionated property ownership that generally occurs when the previous owner passed away without a will. And because the land has no sole owner, it creates barriers for accessing government programs and opens the land up to forced partition sales. Heirs property impacts many communities across the nation, and it is a particular challenge for Black property owners in the Southeast, including here in Kentucky, although it is beyond just impacting Black owners. But it's a really critical kind of piece to remind folks of. And then discrimination still occurs, both for some women and particularly women of color. Some folks might be familiar with this Pigford versus Glickman case, one of the largest civil rights cases in the history of the US, and a huge cash award to folks who had experienced discrimination through the Farm Service Agency and the US Department of Agriculture. But we know that those trends continue even despite this recognition that discrimination has occurred. It is still happening today in different pockets. And so we know we have more to do to support women and women of color in particular. And then it's always important, just when we're talking about land ownership, to remember that, both for African Americans and other folks who don't identify as white, they've lost a lot of land. In particular, African Americans, 90% of their land over the past century. But we want to acknowledge that there are barriers to women and women of color, and our work is trying to provide some support. We know how important sort of women are. So I said a quote earlier about kind of over 50% of the land that has a woman involved in some kind of decision-making role. But if we think about just those that is farmed or direct co-farm, that's about 43%. So still high number. Women are primary decision makers on around 1 million farms across the US. I think when I looked at the notes in Kentucky, it's more like a quarter of the farms in Kentucky are co-managed by women. And women continue to be this very large subset of beginning farmers and women of color in particular. So we see this trend in land ownership and in sort of land management, but that is starting to shift. We have the next generation making up more of women and women of color. So I wanted to just share a few stories of women building resilience in their communities. And I'm going to share some that aren't in Kentucky, and then I'm going to share some that are in Kentucky, just to give you a flavor of kind of what women are doing everywhere and how we're building resilience in these difficult times. So this first story is Kelsey Carroll. She's out in California in the Central Coast. She and her husband run Outlaw Valley Ranch. She's a first-generation rancher. And she is not a stranger to working for the land. She was fascinated by agriculture and really working on local vegetable farms, worked on conferences, and really focused her career in agriculture. So Kelsey and her husband, Alex, they really built a vision of how they could regenerate their soil through rotational grazing. And that's why they started the Outlaw Valley Ranch. It has been a challenge to manifest that dream with high costs of land, but also dealing with issues related to drought and the impacts of climate change. And they've recently expanded and moved their operation to deal with issues related to drought and kind of water security. But that move has helped them to integrate more cattle into their system and really kind of thinking about how to manage climate-related risks. And she shares this quote that I think is just really powerful. She said that my connection to the land is very deep. It's why we do what we do. The meat and the wool are kind of a byproduct of the system we're trying to cultivate. We got into livestock because the amazing benefits it has for the land. That's really our focus, creating regenerative rangeland, healthy soil, and healthy communities. And I know there are many women, especially small livestock producers in Kentucky, who share similar values and who are quite interested in small livestock operations and getting more resources to that effect. It's something that I know Kentucky State University is working to support women on. One other story I want to share from outside the state is from Sarah Mader. She's the Chief Executive Officer at Palouse Brand. It's a 5th generation farm operation. They do dry beans and wheat in Washington State, but she really kind of brought another idea to her family. She married into the farm family. And now she's sort of kind of focused on this Palouse brand, which is really a multi-pronged operation. It sells these Pacific Northwest grown pulses and grains to a domestic and an international audience. She focused on innovative online e-commerce platforms, and she really emphasized the family-run business and creating opportunities for her family, but also for communities beyond that. From the international communities they export their product to, but also the local folks in Washington, rural Washington State, who take part in their business. She says this quote that I think is really powerful. She wanted to purposely design a workplace built for women, run by women, that understands the need to get a call from school or walk off the job with no attendance repercussions, or stay home with a child who's sick and know that their job is secure. And she works hand in hand with her spouse and to sort of deliver this full business approach that ties the agriculture on the land to their markets and their community impact. And so I see both Kelsey and Sarah building that resilience. So what about stories of women for the land building resilience? We're increasingly collecting stories of the work that we've done with women in Kentucky. That work is still growing. We've been developing relationships with folks for over the past year, and we most recently hosted 40 women farmers and resource providers at Fox Hollow Farm this fall in September, and focused on soil health. This picture here is a soil health demonstration that partners at Natural Resource Conservation Service brought to share with women and complementing the farm tour that occurred that day to really hone in how can women steward their soil resources, and how does that tie to the overall resilience of their farms. We heard really good things from the folks who participated, said, you could repeat this event verbatim and it would still be excellent. This was my first event like this with Women for the Land, and in partnership with Kentucky State University. It was outstanding and so informative. And so just to give a little more context for the work that we're doing, is we're really kind of fostering this resilience through peer-to-peer learning circles. And again, this picture is from that Fox Hollow event, and perhaps there's some of the same women who are listening to this recording now who are also participating or who participated in this event. And just want to shout out to Kentucky State University and the Third Thursday program, and Dr. Marion Simon and Shelley, who really worked tirelessly to help make this happen, and Maggie Keith, who hosted us on her farm. So just to kind of highlight, one of the ways that Women for the Land and American Farmland Trust is working to cultivate resilience is through our peer-to-peer learning circles. And this is a critical part of our work. So we acknowledge that women, landowners, farmers are experts on their own land. And we work to create an environment that's conducive to participation, honest discussion, working hard not to create a lot of hierarchy and divisions between service providers and participants, farmers. We work to reduce the number of lectures we have and really have a conversation and dialogue about what's needed. Women are the primary invitees. Sometimes men join in as resource professionals or spouses. We really try to honor this women-centered space. And it's specifically for women to learn and ask questions and build their confidence to go out and be more active decision makers on their land. There's an opportunity for one-on-one discussions with peers and resource professionals, and we're really working to kind of foster ongoing connections. We hope the Third Thursday program with Kentucky State University might be a way to foster some more of this ongoing dialogue, and are in conversation with folks about that right now. And it's also an important opportunity for the resource professionals we work with to learn more tools and resources to do outreach with women producers in particular. And, you know, the focus of the Learning Circle is on a lot of different topics related to conservation, soil health, wildlife habitat, farmland protection, planning for succession, you know, thinking about things related to land access. It really runs the gamut, and we try to have it driven by the needs of the local community. So just as a reminder of kind of who participates in our learning circles, it's women in decision-making roles on farmland, or those who are poised to make decisions. And we have in the past emphasized, you know, women who are non-operating landowners who own land but rent it out. But we're also increasingly doing work with women farmers themselves. And our impact, you know, at a national scale, we've worked with over 2,000 women across 15 states. We've found that a vast majority of the women take some kind of action, particularly around conservation, practice, adoption on their land within a year of participating in the Learning Circle. And we know how impactful they are and how hungry women are in terms of accessing this information. And if folks want to get more involved or learn more, I just encourage you to go to farmland.org, and you can do a / for women and take a closer look at our work. The next slide will kind of give you a little bit more information about Women for the Land and how to get in touch with me. Again, I just wanted to really give a snapshot here today about how women are cultivating resilience in the agricultural world, how we at Women for the Land at American Farmland Trust are helping to foster that. Lots of other ways to cultivate resilience. I'm excited for Scott Franklin, my colleague, to share some of the other work we're doing in Kentucky to foster resilience on agricultural land with women and beyond. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing, and I will really look forward to hearing questions from folks. I won't be able to attend the session live, but encourage folks to collect my email there and reach out to me if you have questions, and we will certainly do our best to get those questions answered.
Hey, good afternoon all. My name is Scott Franklin from American Farmland Trust. I'd like to welcome you to the Small Limited Resource and Minority Farmers Conference, graciously hosted by Kentucky State University. I'd like to thank my colleague, Dr. McNally, for presenting about her critical national initiative, Women for the Land, that's also hosted here in Kentucky. I'm going to take a few minutes today to talk about two other initiatives that American Farmland Trust leads here in the state. So again, my name is Scott Franklin. I'm the Commercial Rye Cover Crop Project Manager at American Farmland Trust. You may have heard about our organization, certainly our bumper sticker, No Farms, No Food, but we have three main legs to our organization. And number one, that's protecting farmland. Number two is promoting regenerative farming practices. And number three is the most critical, keeping the farmers and ranchers that steward our land, keeping them on the land now and in the future. So I just want to take a minute just to center why we're here today and really kind of focus in on what's at stake in U.S. agriculture. So currently we lose 2,000 acres of farmland per day. U.S. farmers and ranchers manage over 1 billion acres, but still 2,000 acres a day is quite significant. In the next 15 years, 40% of all farmland will be in transition because the average age of the farmer. And really by just adopting two practices, namely cover cropping and no-till planting, we can potentially reduce up to 87% of all U.S. agricultural emissions just by switching to these regenerative practices. And so we lead two programs here in Kentucky, and one that is really focused on cereal rye as both a cover crop and a cash crop. So I'd like to play a short video for you right now, highlighting that initiative probably a little bit better than I can.
Soil health means success.
And soil health is a huge issue right now. You don't want it running off when the rain comes. You want there to be active microbes, and you want it to be holding moisture.
When you look at sustainability from a farming perspective, a lot of farms are generational. And so most of those operations are looking at how do they keep that land productive, not just 5-10 years down the road, but how they keep it productive for their grandchildren. The challenge is, back on the cash flow standpoint, when you're looking at a balance sheet, there's no economic return for what you've done with the cover crop. But if you can take that cover crop and actually produce grain with it instead, you're getting all of those soil conservation benefits, but now you've got a crop that a farmer can actually make some money off of.
How could we ensure a crop that is from Kentucky and another source? The distillery industry are bringing rye in from other countries. We can grow rye here. Why don't we try that? Why don't we see what we can do to bring that crop right here at home?
We're starting almost from ground zero on learning how to grow rye, and it's taken 30 years for us to get where we are on wheat production in Kentucky.
American farmers manage 1 billion acres in the United States, and carbon can be sunk in that land.
It's down about 18 inches or so.
Rye as a cover crop is a regenerative agricultural practice. After that cover crop serves its purpose, we are harvesting the grain for the distilling industry, brewing, baking, and animal feed. The Southeast Grain Gathering was a culmination of conversations about connecting the dots, developing and strengthening the agricultural supply chain. Elizabeth talked about flavor research at Woodford Reserve and the terroir research that they're doing using rye.
Being a smaller distillery, we have the flexibility to do projects like this and to help out. It's a big deal to be able to look into our future and try to minimize our carbon footprint and try to look to Kentucky for those things. We just went into this just wanting to explore, and I was just interested in distilling grain grown on the same terroir that our distillery sits on, and so that's where Chris Morris and I are excited to just see what happens.
It's not just individual efforts. I mean, it takes an army to move these initiatives forward and groups that are aligned to that greater good.
What I really hope happens is we end up having a stable, uniform supply of rye. It means there's another option. And another option's a good thing.
So that's a little bit more about our commercial rye cover crop initiative. And really, as you just saw in the video, Kentucky used to grow all of the ingredients for the bourbon industry. You know, when most people think of Kentucky, they think of bourbon, they think of horses. But what they might not think of is Kentucky's rich agricultural landscape. And so through a series of partnerships, which we have listed here, namely the Kentucky Agricultural Development Fund, Brown-Forman, Woodford Reserve, you saw Assistant Master Distiller Elizabeth McCall. They have actually dedicated to purchasing grain from our farmers over the next 10 years. Dendra Fund, the Kentucky Small Grain Growers Association, Walnut Grove Farm, and the University of Kentucky College of Ag, Food, and the Environment. So I'd like to share just a few of our goals for the initiative. This is our second year of the initiative. And in year one, in this current year, in July, we harvested the first rye harvest, which is very exciting. But we hope to have 20 farms per year. We hope to have 3,000 acres of rye in Kentucky by 2023, 10,000 acres by 2030. And we offer really a unique reimbursement on the farm level. We realize that farmers are really putting in a lot of their own dollars, trialing a new crop. So if you are interested in joining this initiative, you actually receive a $550 per acre guarantee up to 25 acres per farm to try and grow rye. Now that can be to grow rye for distilleries. You can grow rye certainly for bakers, for brewers, as animal feed. It can be a great winter supplemental feed for some ruminants, sheep, namely. And so as part of this initiative, we provide technical assistance to all farmers. And in addition, and I think a really critical piece here, is we are helping with market development. So certainly thinking about cover crops, not only for the soil health benefits that they provide, but also seeing, can we actually make a market with the end product, with the grain? Because in the United States, at least, that grain has been underutilized. So I will share some key metrics from 2021. This past year, we had 27 participating farmers representing 21 counties throughout the state, which you can see on the map here, and we grew 1,500 acres of cereal rye. And I will call any farmers who are listening in today, if you are still interested in planting rye, we have just 1 or 2 spots open, and would love to talk more about how you can plant rye as a cover crop, as a cash crop on your own farm. So I know we talked a little bit about rye as a cover crop. Well, what does that mean? Cover crops really provide or can provide multiple benefits on the farm. And I think one of the most critical are the soil health benefits that they can provide. And so these pictures listed here are from a farm I managed, and this is actually using cereal rye on a certified organic vegetable farm, where we would grow cereal rye to anthesis, just when it's putting on grain heads, but not quite a mature grain. You would mow it, let it dry down, bale it, shred it, as you can see in this right picture, and then actually have a nice clean garlic crop growing throughout the rest of the season. So it's really thinking about, well, what are the cover crops, or what soil health benefits do cover crops provide? Well, they provide many. Namely, they reduce soil loss from wind and water, and that's critical throughout the winter when many agricultural soils are left unprotected. There's no crop growing on them at all. So if you have a heavy rain event, heavy snow, you can actually, you lose a lot of soil due to erosion. Cover crops like cereal rye and others also improve soil structure, and that's critical to having healthy soil over time. In certain management systems, cover crops can provide weed suppression, and of course there's others, such as nutrient capture and increased diversity of soil, biological communities, mycorrhiza, fungi, all of the things that are needed to make soil healthy. Cover crops are an integral part of that. And I'd like to touch on a partnership with the University of Kentucky Food Connection. They've developed a local grain map where they've mapped out kind of all of the end users, so to speak, who are purchasing local grain here in the state. Now, this is important. If you're a farmer of any scale and size, and you're looking for a marketplace, let's say, to sell rye, but maybe wheat or barley or another innovative crop, you can actually use this map to help find a buyer near you. And so I'd like to just point out some of the market opportunities for small grains that we're seeing here in Kentucky. And namely, said there are 75 plus and growing distillers here in the state. And the market, certainly the distillers are saying, we'd like to start purchasing locally grown grain. It can help distillers meet their sustainability goals. It also helps support the local farm economy. And there's others too. 70 plus craft brewers in the state. There are 10 millers and bakeries. And certainly there's opportunities to grow small grains for Kentucky livestock. We are the largest beef producing state east of the Mississippi. The Kentucky poultry industry is the #1 buyer of Kentucky grown corn and soybeans. Why not cereal rye? And I think one of the most exciting parts about the cereal rye initiative are that there's opportunities for farms of all scales to participate. We are working with larger scale grain farmers, but we're also working with vegetable farmers. We are working with livestock farmers who are growing rye as a forage and doing forage analysis of the grain throughout the winter, and also doing some palatability studies. So really, if you're on a farm in Kentucky, you can grow rye successfully, and I'd love to talk with you. So I'll be sure to share my contact information at the end. And I'd like to just show a couple of pictures in case you haven't grown cereal rye on the farm or are wondering what it looks like right about now here in the middle of November. Planting in Kentucky can occur as late as December, but usually the earlier you can get it in, the better. So kind of in the upper left-hand corner here, we have a picture of what it really looks like now. It was planted, this cereal rye in 2020 was planted at the beginning of October, and then you can see it throughout its growth cycle. So the really exciting part about cereal rye is its root structure. So if you're looking at this picture, you say, yeah, it just looks like a small grain. It's kind of low growing, maybe about 4 to 6 inches tall. What's happening underneath the ground is really amazing. The root structure already here in November is 2-3 times that. So if it's only a few inches above ground, it's really starting to spread below ground. And that's important because it keeps soil and water on your farm instead of in our watersheds. And I'll share some pictures from this season as well. This is a picture at a farm in Clark County here in about April. So the crop is generally grown through the end of June and early July, and then harvested in July. And so this was what it looks like as it's starting to head up. You can see the grain heads are all nice and uniform, and hopefully filling out with a lot of really nice cereal rye grain. Here are a few other pictures. I apologize for the quality of these, but this is on a farm in Henry County in June, in late June. So you can see the cereal rye was harvested, and it left a really amazing residue on the ground. And I think what's exciting about growing rye to the full grain stage is that there's actually almost there's several thousand pounds more of biomass that you actually capture by growing it to this stage. Generally cereal rye as a cover crop is grown to, 6 to 12 inches tall. It's then terminated in the spring, very early, either with herbicides on a conventional farm, or it's tilled on an organic farm. And that's, having rye and growing it to any stage is great, but generally when it's terminated, there's only about 1,000 pounds of biomass that's being produced from that cover crop. Well, you actually grow it to the grain stage, and you're actually getting about 3,000 pounds of biomass per acre, which is a significant increase. And then one of the exciting opportunities as well is you can actually, in Kentucky, follow a small grain like wheat, cereal rye, or barley. You can actually plant it with a double crop soybean. So on the right-hand side of this picture, you can actually see a young soybean emerging from this very lush residue of rye. So again, that's going to, this kind of lush mat is going to keep water at the root system. It's going to keep it available for this young soybean plant. It's going to help with weed suppression. So again, you can see, if this were bare ground, weeds would already be shooting up, and you'd have to manage those on your farm. So an exciting opportunity. And then you can actually see this is later at the same farm. The double crop soybean is about, I think, at like R3 this stage. You can see, except for on the edge here where it looks like we got some pigweed maybe, it's relatively weed-free. The soybeans are growing, they're nice and healthy, it's really, really exciting. So that was a little bit of information about our Kentucky Commercial Rye Cover Crop Initiative. If any of you are interested in joining, please feel free to reach out. I'd also like to highlight a national initiative that American Farmland Trust is participating in, and that is a USDA NRCS Conservation Innovation Grant. And this project is nationwide. We're working on 15 farms across the nation, representing 3 regions and 5 states. So certainly Kentucky is one. We're working with 4 farmers here in Kentucky, California, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts. And there are 6 cropping systems being represented here. In Kentucky, we are working mostly with commercial grain farmers on adopting regenerative farming practices. And really, this is a 5-year study, which is a comprehensive look at soil health, economic outcomes, and conducting social evaluations, which my colleague, Dr. McNally, is leading on. It's really a comprehensive look at what happens when farmers adopt cover crops across the United States. And so we are working with farmers who might be trialing something very new. They may not have adopted any of these practices before, but we're really taking a full-scale look at cover crops. So we need to look at what are the soil health benefits or changes over the next 5 years by adopting these regenerative farming practices. Do they make economic sense? Does the farmer lose money? The increase in soil health function, does that have an economic outcome? We're going to find out. So it's a really exciting look at what it takes to adopt cover crops on a large scale. And so, like I said, we're working with 4 farms here in Kentucky, and this is actually one of the farms we're working at in Pulaski County. And this particular farmer, which you can see on the right here, is growing a cereal rye cover crop in addition to a couple other things. I think peas, oats, really a diverse cover crop mix. You can actually see the rye head right there. But the farmer then it has been planting in a no-till system, which is great. Again, reduces soil disturbance, which is good for overall soil health. But this farmer is actually growing a diverse cover crop mix. They are crimping it with a tool, and then they're planting soybeans into it. And so you can see the heavy residue on the right, and you can see the outcome on the left, which is a clean, very healthy field of soybeans. Grown in a no-till fashion. And so I'd like to just walk you through kind of what we're doing in this project, at least here in Kentucky. Again, we're working with 4 farmers. We are working with 1 certified organic farmer as well. And I'd like to just present some of the challenges our farmers have faced, and namely that is high weed pressure, that is reduced yield because of excessive tillage. And so I'll go through this and actually show how soil health can essentially break down over time, and what the impact is on a farm level. And then what we're doing to see if adding cover crops or kind of novel farming practices actually has a positive change. So on the right here, you can actually see a farm that is growing soybeans with an extremely high weed pressure. This is a cocklebur. So if you've ever walked in the woods or in a field and you got all those little burrs on you, or your dog does, that's what we're working with here. Extremely high infestation. This field actually has fairly high organic matter to begin with. And we look for things like, was there a cover crop planted? If no, what is happening with the soil? Is there crusting? And that is, really dry soils can crust on the top, which means when the rain falls on them, the water has nowhere to go. It's essentially concrete and the water runs right off and not down into the soil where it's needed at the root level. And so we're looking at many different metrics in the soil and we're doing really comprehensive soil health analyses in years 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of this, and really tracking them over time. So again, here's what we're looking for, or here's what we're looking at one of our farms. We're really looking at soil structure. So on the left-hand side here, you can actually see there is no soil structure. A healthy soil, if you think about it, looks like a 5-gallon bucket filled with golf balls, marbles, and BBs. And I'll credit the Kentucky State soil scientist, Steve, for that analogy. So healthy soil should really be different particle sizes. If you stuck your hand into it, it'll be kind of nice and friable. What we're seeing here on the left is actually soil that has no structure. This has been tilled consistently over the past 20 years. And when you're tilling in a shallow manner, whether that's with a disc harrow, a rototiller, a moldboard plow, you name it, you actually are breaking those, you're breaking those structures down into smaller and smaller and smaller pieces. And what happens when you do that is actually compaction. The soil goes from that kind of golf balls, marbles, and BBs, a really nice kind of mix, and it's all broken down and it essentially becomes a plate. So if you imagine, 2 plates stacked on top of each other and you poured water on top of this, well, where would it go? It would actually flow right off. And so you can actually see in this middle picture evidence of plating, where air, nutrients, water, none of it can actually get to where it needs to go because of those plates. And also here on the right-hand side, you can see some evidence, again, of poor soil structure. You can actually see that some horizontal rooting of the young soybean crop. So when you're thinking about a crop, obviously a lot of us know what it looks like above ground, but underground, what we'd like to see is sort of a branch, a branch in a kind of a reverse cone, nice healthy branching going out sideways underneath the ground. But what's happening here is since there's this platiness in the soil and compaction, well, the roots of the soybean crop are actually growing sideways. They can't go down. And that's a problem. That's going to result in a plant that is stressed, a plant that is ultimately not as healthy. And what happens then? It's going to be a lower yielding plant. So what can we do about that? I'll talk about that, not in this slide, but in the next slide. I'd like to highlight a slake test. Again, this is something you can do on your farm. It's very easy. There's great YouTube videos out there. I recommend several of them from NRCS. They can show you how to set this up. I don't think we have time. I don't have time today to explain how that works, but this picture is great to show what happens when soil is compacted over time. And in this bottom picture, in the right picture, you can actually see soil sitting in this water for 5 minutes. You can see there's penetration right around the edge, but in the middle, well, that's bone dry. So really, it's very hard for roots, water, nutrients to really penetrate and get into that soil. So that's problematic. Now, here's what we're doing. And again, this is the farmer, Laura Freeman, in Clark County, who said, yeah, this field has been problematic over the years. What can we do about it? And so what we're trialing in this 5-year study is incorporating a diverse cover crop mix to help break up that soil compaction. And we're doing that by incorporating a lot of daikon radish. Again, this is just a few short weeks ago. The daikon was about that long. And what that's doing is it's actually breaking up the plates in the soil. So it's going to break those plates apart, and water and nutrients again over time with reduced tillage, increased cover crop usage. It's actually going to hopefully show some positive change over time. And in addition to daikon radish, we have cereal rye in this field, wheat, and also some clovers as well. So again, an interesting look at how you can use things like cover crops on your farms, not only to reach new economic markets, but also you can use cover crops on your farms to help right some of the wrongs that may be occurring in the soil. If you have a extremely heavy soil, or you are having a lack of water infiltration, you name it, there's a cover crop out there that you can use. And if any of you have any questions, I'd be happy to talk to you about what you might use on your own farm. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. Again, I'd like to thank Kentucky State University for the opportunity to talk today. I encourage folks who have any questions or are interested in participating in the RYE initiative to email me at sfranklin@farmland.org, or you can reach me at the number below, 502-272-0726. Well, again, thank you. Thanks, and hope to stay in touch. Bye now.
Thank you, American Farmland Trust, for an informative presentation. We're going to take a quick break and recognize our gold and silver sponsors again. Thank you, Kentucky Department of Agriculture, Community, Alcorn State University, and USDA Natural Resource Conservation Services. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Back, everyone. I hope you had a few minutes to stretch and grab a snack. Our next presentation will be about crop insurance basics for small farm scale growers with Marissa Christie, Project Director with Kentucky Center for Agriculture and Rural Development, and Dakota Moore, Kentucky Horticulture Council Grower Outreach Coordinator.
Hi, I'm Marissa Christie with the Kentucky Center for Agriculture and Rural Development, or otherwise known as KCARD, and I'm going to be joined today by Dakota Moore, who is with the Kentucky Horticulture Council. We have been working together for the last few months, and we'll be working together in the coming year to help farms understand how they can better manage their risk by using crop insurance and other tools that are at their disposal that for some reason Kentucky farmers just haven't used as much. So today, our talking point is crop insurance basics for small-scale produce growers. What this is, we find that many times that small-scale growers think that there isn't anything out there for them as far as doing some sort of insurance that if they lose part of their crop that they can still get paid. So we want to dispel some of that myth and talk about why you should consider crop insurance. Many times people need crop insurance to be able to get a loan. That's kind of the traditional, if you're looking at grain farmers, that's a lot of times they can get crop insurance and that makes the bank more comfortable giving them a loan. And I think as we increase how much crop insurance is for specialty crops is bought in the state, it may be something to help you get a loan as well. The other reason is, do you need it to protect your investment in the farm? If your farm is your main source of income, you need to help ensure that you can, if something terrible happens like a drought, a flood, you lose a market, that you are able to still sustain your family and your household and it doesn't create a hardship for you. So that's why we really just want people to consider it to make sure that they're taken care of and protected. So what fits a small and diversified farm? What if you aren't a big corn grower or grain farmer, which if you're watching this, I assume you're not. Whole farm revenue protection is something that just doesn't get as much play in Kentucky as it should. I think we had about 8 or 10 policies sold last year. It's really good for farms with specialty organic products. If you are selling your goods locally to the consumer, or if it's something where it's specifically from, say, Marissa's Vegetable Farm, and that label means something, or it's identity preserved, it's Appalachian, it's Kentucky, all those things that give you a little bit of a higher price in the marketplace than if you were selling to a produce terminal. It does require a significant amount of record keeping in that you have to know, and we'll go over that, it's significant, but it's not insurmountable. The other thing we're going to go over today that many of you have heard of and hopefully used is the Farm Service Agency's Non-Insured Crop Disaster Assistance Program, or as we like to call it, NAP, and that's what many of you are familiar with. You can purchase that through the Farm Service Agency. It covers crops for which individual coverage isn't available in your county. So if you'd called up a regular crop insurance agent and said, I want coverage for peaches in my county, they would have said no. You can call up your FSA office and see if you can get coverage for peaches, and it may be a different answer. The biggest issue for most of our farmers that sell directly to consumers, they're getting a higher price, is that it may not pay a premium for products. You can buy up, and Dakota will talk about that in a minute, but first we're going to talk a little bit about Whole Farm Revenue Protection, which is WFRP. It really is for diversified farms. So if you're a diversified vegetable farm, you have some value-added products, you can put your livestock on there, you can put hay on there, maple syrup. If you can make it, you can put it on there. And many of our farms are mostly vegetables, especially all small scale ones, but you have other products. So this can get all of your farm under one umbrella. It's one policy. It's actually available everywhere. If you've ever called an insurance agent, and I've had people come back to me and say, Marissa, I don't think you're right. I called FSA and an insurance agent I found online, and they said I can't insure my farm. Well, this is a more difficult policy for most people to use. FSA doesn't carry it, so they can't help you. And insurance agents, if they aren't familiar with it, they a lot of times don't sell these policies, but it's available everywhere in our state, and it provides protection against a loss in revenue, not yield. So the way that they figure out how much you're insurable is by how much you've reported on your Schedule Fs. So what they do is they take your Scheduled F for the last 5 years, and they average that amount out. So let's say that it average comes to around $90,000 a year, or even as little as $40,000. We can see the benefit of this program. You can insure up to 85% of that. So if you were insuring a farm that was around $50,000 of average revenue over the last 5 years, and you insure 85% of that, that's going to be around $42,000 just off the cuff. If math is easier, if you're a $100,000 farm, then you can insure about $85,000 in revenue. And what happens is that the federal government actually subsidizes the premium you buy from that insurance agent. And if you have 3 commodities, your premium is lower. So for example, if you had some main things you grow, and when I say 3 commodities, this doesn't mean just vegetables as a whole generally. It means if you're growing a lot of peppers, a lot of pumpkins, and a lot of tomatoes, and those make up most of what you sell, you actually get a discount on your premium. So what do you need to get started? And this is actually true whether it's whole farm revenue or NAP. You're going to need your farm serial number. You need to have the name of your crop and the variety or type, which you know. Its intended use, which you also know, whether it's fresh, processed, frozen. Practice, for example, if it's irrigated versus non-irrigated, if it's organic or conventional, this all helps the insurance agent understand your risk profile, your production history, including planting dates and field locations. So if you've already been using FSA services for a while, you have this information. If you aren't using this, we can provide you with some tools to help you start keeping track of this information. You needed to know all your crops harvested for the previous 5 years. If you're a beginning farmer, it's just 3. And if you're dealing with fruit trees or any other crop that goes beyond the annual year, they need to know the age of the trees, the spacing. So if you had fruit trees, blueberries, anything that's going to produce multiple years, they need to kind of know if there's something going on with the existing crop and that it's in good shape. So how do you get coverage? One of the ways that you can get some information is actually go to RMA, which is the Risk Management Agency. You can go to their website and they have an agent locator tool. So just do an online search for Risk Management Agency agent locator, and that will take you there. The other way is to talk to other farmers who have specialty crops or call us and we can say, here's a list of agents. You may also be familiar with some agents. So, like I said, Kentucky only had like 10 of these policies last year. And so we've learned that some agents are just not comfortable because for most crop insurance, you don't look at a Schedule F. You look at how big the fields are and the historical production. So you want to ask the right questions to the agent. Is this a policy you're comfortable writing? Are you familiar with this? Because if it's something they're not comfortable with, it's unlikely that they will go the extra mile. You should know that agents are actually paid to help come meet with you. There's a federal allocation for that. The other thing, have your records ready. We'd be happy to discuss with you getting those records in order and things to take to your agent. And I will say, just like with any insurance agent, your agent's being paid by the fact that they buy a policy off you. So if they aren't willing to work with you, that means that this business of whole farm revenue is not that important to their business. So when to start? The deadline for most crops and tax filers is March 15th. There are some exceptions for nursery crops and other things, and nursery crops are even included under whole farm revenue. But so you should start before Christmas reaching out and identifying agent. We actually recommend you call more than one agent and see who is really going to be willing to work with you. It's a lot like shopping for insurance for your home, except for instead of looking for the cheapest agent, you want the one that you can get a hold of because the price is going to be the same between each company because it's a federal program. So let's talk about premiums. I gave the example of a $100,000 farm. If you wanted to cover 85% of that, so this was around 100. I think that when I did this example, it was around a $95,000 farm. So $82,000 would be the liability amount. So that means that once you drop below that amount, you become eligible for a claim. The total premium, don't let that scare you, $10,000 Well, the federal government's going to subsidize $5,800 of that, and you would be on the hook for $4,500. Once you drop below that 85%, they will pay a lot more. So if you look for 80% coverage, the premium would actually be more, or less, but the subsidy is more. So it becomes $5,900 for the subsidy. So you can insure $78,000 for $2,446. That means that if something, and this is all hypothetical, these are roundabout numbers based on an average vegetable farm, I think growing pumpkins, peppers, and tomatoes. But what happens is that, and you can see another big drop if you want to do 75%. So if you had a farm with approved revenue of about $92,000 and your sales drop below $73,000, you would actually, the difference between that, let's say something happened. You lost a market, your pumpkin field flooded, your peppers had some really terrible flea beetle damage, I don't know. And you ended up only selling $50,000 worth of produce that year under your policy, then you would be eligible to receive an indemnity or a payout. The insurance term is indemnity for around $23,000. It's ensuring your revenue up to the level of coverage you provide. And I want to say that down there at the, if you just want to cover 50% and just cover $48,000 of your revenue, then it's just $517. If you're doing the 50% coverage, I would suggest that you really think about looking at what Dakota is going to talk about next with NAP. So something does go wrong. You have reason for a claim. What's eligible? Adverse weather. Hot, cold, wet, dry, wind, hail. You're farmers. You're familiar with all of these things. If we have an earthquake, a volcano, terrible insect infestation, or if you lose a market or your price drops unexpectedly, those are eligible issues. However, if you don't follow good farming practices, there's actually something in the policies that once you buy, like they look at your past expenses as well. So if you buy a whole farm revenue policy and then you spend $0 on any soil amendments, integrated pest management system or anything that year, and then it's like, oh, my pumpkins failed. They're going to be like, well, yeah, because you didn't follow good farming practices. So that won't be eligible. So neglecting it, mismanaging it, you just don't chop out your weeds. Another thing to think is if you have some chemical drift from a neighbor or another crop, animal damage is not eligible. And if your neighbor takes a four-wheeler and does donuts in your field, unfortunately, also not eligible. So it really is mostly natural causes or loss of a market price. You need to let your agent know within 72 hours if something's going wrong, and you have to file an actual claim within 60 days of your taxes. The way whole farm revenue works is it is based on your farm income. So when you file your Schedule F, it should reflect a loss. That's where you're going to see your loss. And since it's your whole farm for that calendar year, you have to wait until then to make sure it's loss. Individual crops are not what you're taking a loss on here. It's your whole farm and losing money. Indemnities or the payout are generally paid after that point. So after the end of the calendar year, after you filed your taxes, and you definitely have a loss. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Dakota Moore with the Kentucky Horticulture Council, and he is going to talk about the Non-Insured Disaster Assistance Program, commonly known as NAP, because that's a really long title, which is more for individual crops. It could cover those individual crop losses that I said were not covered. It's covered as a group on whole farm. This will talk about individual farms.
Thanks, Marissa. Like she said, my name is Dakota Moore. I'm with the Kentucky Horticulture Council. I'm the Grower Outreach Coordinator, and I'm going to speak on the Non-Insured Crop Disaster Assistance Program, or NAP. So NAP is administered by the USDA Farm Service Agency, or FSA, and it's financial assistance to growers of any crop with no available crop insurance. And it protects against losses caused by damaging weather, natural events like earthquakes, floods, and any problems that arise from those events. So higher insect populations, maybe disease caused by water sitting on roots, but it does not cover any losses in revenue or price change. Why should you go with the NAP program? It's great for small farms and limited resource growers. There are programs that will help some limited resource growers and other disadvantaged growers pay for their premiums. We'll discuss that in a minute. And you can also use NAP on some of the crops while also having crop insurance on other crops. So say you were growing peaches and there was a crop insurance policy available for peaches in your county, but you were also growing tomatoes, peppers, and pumpkins. You could use the NAP on those others while keeping your crop insurance policy on your peaches. And if you were to completely lose 100% of your crop, you would have at least 27.5% of the crop value returned to you. So that may cover your input costs for the year. That may help sustain your family if you were to lose 100% of your crop. To be eligible for NAP, individuals or entities must have an average adjusted gross income below $900,000, and they must be growing crops for which crop insurance is not available in their state or county. A lot of the multi-peril crop insurance policies are county-based, so your county may have a policy for peaches, but all the surrounding counties may not have a policy for peaches. If there is one available for your crop in your county, you'll have to go with that instead of applying for NAP. And NAP does cover just one crop, so you will have to apply for each individual crop you want to cover. You must report the name of the crop, the type and the variety, the location and acreage of the crop. You would report that after you plant. You would report the date of planting, the intended use of the commodity. Are you going to be selling as fresh? Are you going to be selling as processed? Will you be using it for value-added products? And then after you harvest, you'll have to report your post-harvest quantities and quality. Were you able to use it for the intended use? Was it marketable? Was it not marketable? They want to know all those things to get you your indemnity. So your crops also have to be eligible for you to apply for NAP. So it's any crops grown for food, livestock consumption, grain, forage, and even fiber, so cotton and flax. Your crops that are grown in controlled environments are also eligible for NAP. That could include ornamental plants, cut flowers, and even mushrooms. Then they also have coverage for honey, maple sap, sorghum, I think that's sweet and biomass sorghum, aquaculture, Christmas trees, and even sod. So when you apply for the NAP, you have to select your coverage level. So there's a basic NAP coverage. That is 50% of yields at 55% of the price. And so your max NAP payment with that basic coverage is 27.5% of your crop value. If you had that coverage and you were to lose 60% of your crop, you would only receive a payment for 50% of your crop. If you were to lose 40% of your crop, you would receive payment for 40% of your crop. And then they have some buy-up coverage levels. So those buy-up coverage levels range from 50% of yields up to 65% of yields, and all of these are at 100% of the price. So if you had 55% buy-up coverage and you lost 80% of your crops, you would receive 55% of your crop value. If you lost 45% of your crop, you would receive 45% of your crop value. And it's worth noting that the organic and direct market prices can be used for the average market price or for these buy-up coverage. So if you are selling organic, your average market price would be higher than just the regular market price. So they will allow you to use that price when selecting your coverage, if there is a organic or direct market price average available for your produce. You can also use contract prices instead of the average market price. Your contract price would be guaranteed. So with these plans, you do have some fees and premiums. With any plan, no matter which plan you choose, there is a service fee, and it's either $325 per crop or $825 per producer per county, and they would choose whichever one is lower. So if you were only growing 2 crops in one county, you would have 2 service fees of $325. But if you were growing 3 crops in one county, you would have the $825, so it would save you a little bit of money. And the basic NAP coverage, you only have the service fee. There's no premiums associated with that. With the buy-up coverage, you do have a premium that is calculated based on crop acreage, yield, coverage level, and market price. I mentioned before that there are some programs that will help pay for your fees and premiums if you are a beginning farmer, limited resource grower, socially disadvantaged grower, and even veteran farmers. If you fit into that category, your service fee will be waived and you'll have a 50% premium reduction. That program is great because some of these farmers would be able to buy into a higher coverage level than they normally would if they were paying the service fee and the total premium. So with the NAP, there is several different coverage application dates. I selected the ones that were most applicable to horticulture and some of these smaller farm growers. These are the dates for the 2020 growing season, or 2022 growing season. So some of these dates have already passed. If you're growing strawberries and ginseng, your application date was September 1st. If you're growing flowers, mushrooms, sod, and Christmas trees, your application date was September 30th. A lot of the perennial fruit and nut crops, any trees and bushes, that application date is at the end of the month on November 20th. And then with honey, you've got until December 31st to apply for your NAP to cover your honey. March 15th is the application date for the rest of the crops, including most of your vegetable crops and any annual fruit crops like melons. March 15th is a common date for many different types of crop insurance policies. So if you will apply by that date, I would recommend applying as early as possible so that your application gets processed. If you have any questions, an FSA representative will be able to help you out more easily than the closer you wait to the application date. So if you have a loss, you have 15 days within the following, whichever one occurs first, to report your loss and to file an application for payment. So that would be natural disaster occurrence, your final planting date, if the planting was prevented by a natural disaster. So if you had some flooding and you wouldn't be able to plant on time, your final planting date would be pushed back. So you would need to apply within 15 days of that. The date of damage or loss that you notice in your crops. And then the normal harvest date. If you're harvesting and that's when you realize the loss, or once you get all your produce harvested, you realize that it's not marketable, then you would apply for payment. But it's worth noting that some losses that are on hand-harvested crops or more perishable crops, they have to be reported within 72 hours of when you notice the loss. And the FSA will let you know if your crop falls into that category. But it's worth checking on your crops regularly to make sure you're not missing the deadline to apply for a loss and application for payment. And here's some quick reminders from the FSA. They want you to contact them and make sure you have all your farm reports and filing needed before you start the NAP process. You'll need a full farm report done for your farm and filed with them before you can apply for the NAP. They also ask that you call the FSA office before going in. They're still not allowing visitors into their offices, and they want to help you as much as they can, and so it's best if you would call ahead and schedule. And real quick, I want to mention Marissa and I are doing a webinar series over the next year on specialty crop insurance. We'll do a live webinar every second Tuesday of every month until September 22. And we also have some supplemental videos going out on YouTube and Facebook. To find links to register for those webinars or to find links to our YouTube channel, you can find that on the Kentucky Horticulture Council Facebook. You can find it on our website. We also have many resources that were given to us by the FSA, the USDA Risk Management Agency, and other organizations that they think growers need to look at and utilize. Our next live webinar will be December 14th. And if you would like to register for that, you can go to kyhortcouncil.org. And we want to make a few acknowledgments and thanks for funding from the Southern Extension Risk Management Education Center and the USDA National Institute of Food and Agriculture for helping us create this webinar series.
Thank you all for that information. I am sure many producers can benefit from your presentation. Up next, we will learn about direct marketing through agritourism with Mason Crawford, Kentucky State University Area Agent and Coordinator.
Hello, my name is Mason Crawford. I'm an Area Agriculture Agent Coordinator for Kentucky State University, and today I will be presenting on direct marketing of agriculture products through agritourism to increase your bottom line. So to start off with, what is agritourism? It's a term that didn't exist 30 years ago, but is now gaining in mainstream acceptance within the agricultural community. So in a nutshell, it's a combination of two words, agriculture and, as you guessed it, tourism. So the very basic definition of agriculture, if you even think back, those of you who were in agricultural education classes, is the production of food, fiber, and shelter. A very vague, a very broad definition that covers a lot of different gamuts. Equally so, agritourism can cover very many different areas of production and entertainment value. Tourism, on the other hand, is the organization and operation of visits to places of interest. So that's a pretty vague definition as well, but when you pull them together, it puts agriculture in a perfect spotlight for increasing revenue on our farms. For example, the connection to marketing. You may ask, why would one want to consider doing this? Farmers are renowned for being great producers, but not always the best at finding the highest value for their products. Many of the crops that we grow, we are at the whim of not only the local market, but the world market that dictates those prices. So basically, the idea of agritourism is to get more for your products. And that's what I'll try to share with you today. I'll be using my personal farm as an example. It's not all-inclusive. I will also talk about some other ventures that I don't do on my farm, but I think those of us that are in extension, in addition to our training and credentials through universities and such, we also bring some unique aspects to the table, and many times those are from our personal experiences as well as our expertise that we have gained in the world market. So fall agritourism, as you can see exemplified by the pumpkins that are in our logo, is by far the biggest season in Kentucky when it comes to agritourism, and that occurs in surrounding states as well. But there are other seasons that offer unique products that can be utilized through agritourism. For example, some of those include Christmas trees. For those that wish to venture into either U-cut or just purchasing from tree farms and then reselling, that is one option. In the summertime, strawberries are a great example of an agritourism opportunity. And then for those that might want to look at year-round forms of agritourism, petting zoos and other interactions with farm animals are great examples. Now, you may want to get into a little diving in on what the difference between wholesale and retail is, because that is the real basis for trying to move into agritourism opportunities. We're trying to sell our farm-raised products for more money and therefore increase our bottom line. So I'm going to use, again, the #1 fall crop, which is the greatest agritourism season, in order to show this in a monetary value form. So for example, the wholesale market for pumpkins of this size, which are about a 40 to 50 count pumpkin in one of the large cardboard bins, they're very similar, if not the same types of cardboard bins that you will see at big box retailers. Those go for $2 to $3 through our area wholesale markets, our area wholesale auctions. And so that seems like a decent price, and farmers that are raising large quantities can make a decent living doing that. Now we're going to translate that over to what the value of those are at big box stores such as Walmart's or Home Depot's, even Sam's Club, and look at that value, or if you're just selling your products directly off the farm without any value-added options at your farm. And that puts them in the value range of $3 to $4. Now, if you look closely, you're going to see there's a bit of an overlap there between the simple wholesale market and even selling directly off your farm or what the retailers are selling them for. That's because it's often used as a loss leader in the big box stores. They're putting those bins of pumpkins out in front of their stores or in the produce sections to lure you into the store, and they're willing to sell them for pennies of profit or even take a loss on them so that they can get you in their store to buy other products. And that's often the basis of what farmers that are trying to sell their produce, if they're not offering something in addition to just the product, every consumer is comparing the pricing that they have to what the big box stores are selling them for. And that's often very difficult to make very much profit if you're not growing large acreages. Now, if we compare that over to on-farm agritourism retail, that pumpkin then goes up in value for $6 to $8 or even more, depending upon where your farm is located in relation to more urban areas. So you can see a tremendous opportunity for growth of revenue selling the exact same product by marketing it in a different way. Now I'm going to use this farm map of my personal farm in Elizabethtown to show some of those value-added things that can be offered to lure people to your farm and while they're there to buy your farm products. So in essence, you are attempting to be the one-stop shop for all of the fall season fun. Or if you're venturing into the Christmas trees, strawberries, Easter activities, those types of things, the fun for the spring, summer, or winter months as well. But one-stop shop does not always equate to only one stop. You can see that this is an example of an advertisement that was in Hardin County, and there are a handful, if not more, of agritourism destinations in my one small hometown. And one might think that that's an opportunity to simply compete with one another at a very aggressive level. And we found that to not be the case. The Kentucky Farm Bureau Certified Farm Market Association also has additional people that are not even utilizing this local advertisement. Within that community, you're going to find a friendly competition and that is really based on cooperation to build an entire industry. People that enjoy the fall activities, for example, or even the other seasons, they are looking for something to do every pretty weekend with their family or in the afternoons after school or even during the summer. They're not looking for a one-stop destination. It's not like the larger theme parks that are competing for that 1 week of vacation that families set aside. When you're dealing with local attractions and local destinations, people can have the time and often the resources to visit more than one. I work closely with the other pumpkin farms in my community, and on a professional level as an agriculture agent, I also work with them to help them procure items that they may not have. So it's a very friendly and cooperative efforts. Even on weekends when we're hosting birthday parties at our farm, sometimes folks show up at the wrong farm because of various miscommunications on their end. So the other farms are often on speed dial so that we can help redirect them and vice versa. Now, again, you're trying to provide more than just produce. In this picture, you're going to see a relatively recent picture of our barnyard marketplace. It's where we're marketing over 50 varieties of pumpkin, squash, gourds, mums, corn stalks, ornamental corn, many of the different things that become a mainstay of fall agritourism. But that lends you to be able to offer more things if you are offering attractions that draw people to your farm. And when you do that, if you offer enough, you can actually charge people to go do those activities in addition to selling your products. Now, this is somewhat of a difficult thing to launch in the very beginning, so you might want to establish your market to some degree on the basis of your products first, and then move into some of the additional activities. But right now, about 60% of my farm's fall revenue comes from playland and petting zoo admissions and other attractions that I'll touch on in the coming slides. But this was not something that we did overnight. We actually just finished our 35th year, and we've been at it for quite a while. Initially, you can see in the picture on the far left that it is a picture taken from our early years, and it was little more than simply marketing farm products. Now, we had a little advantage over what people will face today because back in the 90s, your big box stores and grocery stores carried very minimal amounts of locally sourced products or even distanced in pumpkins or other products like that. Now, moving on up to the 2010s, we had built a market to the point where we needed a central place for people to know where to pay for their products. And so we shifted into some makeshift temporary tents and carport type structures. And then that led us back to the slide I showed you just a minute ago, which is more permanent structures that are there year-round and provide a better degree of shelter. Some of the other things that we've added over time are rustic repurposed attractions. When people come to farms, they want to experience things that perhaps they did visiting their grandparents' farms or the nostalgic types of things that they see on television programs. Because as we know, much of our population are multi-generations separated from living, working, or growing up on farms. So some of the things that are often used are plastic culvert pipes or converted into slides. And this is nothing that's unique to Crawford Farms. Many, if not most, of the larger fall agritourism farms are going to have some type of slides that are based on models similar to this. Now, I will emphasize that safety is always paramount. Don't take shortcuts on designing any type of attraction without doing due diligence on checking for how safe the item is. So you'll notice in the bottom of these pictures, if you're building something like this either for the public to come in and utilize or just for your family to enjoy, make the investment in the landing strip portion of the slides in addition to the tubes, and make sure that they are on sturdy structures. These particular ones meet all of the codes for a deck if it were being constructed for a commercial building or a residential building. And you can do these things yourself, but definitely over-engineer rather than take shortcuts when designing structures. When you're doing the types of attractions or coming up with them, people like to be entertained. So tell a story while you're coming up with your attractions. This instance, it is one of our corn mazes, one of the 2 corn mazes that we currently operate, and it is a themed event. We do model, like many of the other agritourism farms, the concept of a theme park. Now, we're much lower input and much simpler. However, we still like to follow the themed attractions. So there'll often be storyboards that go along with the particular attraction. In this instance, it is based upon a tornado or a twister having gone through and destroyed someone's house and scattering their belongings over the cornfield. So it became a scavenger hunt. So we have gone a little more high-tech on technology and are now utilizing QR codes so people with smart devices can download that and then go through the corn maze and check off the items as they find them. So the younger population that comes and visits, they like you to integrate some of the newer technologies that are available. And it is encouraged to utilize whatever space you have available. So attractions come and go just like they do in larger theme parks. For example, a couple of years ago, we had a third corn maze called the Minion Maze. It's shown in this picture, but we integrated that or reallocated that portion of the ground to make a large adult-sized pedal cart course. And so therefore, the Minion Maze was redesigned to be more of a kiddie activity with a simple stakes with ropes to make the maze, and it was very popular this year. And we put it into our Pumpkin Palace Kiddie Zone, which is designed for preschoolers. So you want to have attractions that are conducive to all different ages. I also encourage you to make use of nature. Many of the farms, you're going to have areas that are wooded. You'll have areas that have running water. Those are two major attractions that people like to experience when coming to the farm. You have to remember that folks that are visiting for agritourism purposes, they're not there just to see a working farm. They want to see the quintessential farm that they remember from stories or from books or that type of thing. So you have to have things that are neat and tidy. Also encourage you to add new attractions each year, even if it's just a simple or a low input or inexpensive attraction. In this case, a few years ago, crafted some rubber duck races, as they're called. It's little more than pitcher pumps that can be available from Tractor Supply or Rural King. They can be ordered online with a combination of PVC pipes and little rubber ducks you can get at Dollar General. Make a little system there, and people really enjoy that. And you'd be surprised at the different ages that will utilize these things. And as I said earlier, keep your farm tidy. No one wants to come and see a bunch of junk laying around. It's important, even in your work areas, to keep things tidy and uniform. If you have pumpkins that perish or rot, that's just part of produce. Keep those items cleaned up and out of the way. It's not good advertising. It's common for plants and as well as produce to go through senescence or controlled rotting. Sometimes that happens earlier than what we want to happen, so keep everything nice and tidy. And that requires, the more people you have, having someone that's dedicated to picking up trash and keeping things in good order that way. Now, I think back to one of the earliest attractions we had. This was long before that we started charging admission, and my dad was good at thinking back to the things that we as kids played on. So one of the things was to make a large play on hay mound. We continue to make that larger and larger each year, but it's something that's kind of a king of the mountain concept. And I recall this year a large field trip group. They were second graders, but because of COVID, they had never had the opportunity to do a field trip before. So this was the first field trip that they had ever been on as a collective group. And it was pretty impressive and rewarding to see those kids running and all climbing up on the play on hay mound at the same time. Now, farm animals can be your greatest spokesman. The thing about them, as long as you take care of them, they'll take care of you. They are excellent at making people visit your farm over a different farm, and it also can increase revenue because you can sell animal feed that people will in turn feed the animals. So it takes one task off your plate, increases revenue, and it also gets the animals to being super docile, being very gentle for kids to come up and pet and love on. They're also great advertisers, and I do encourage you to utilize social media. We have continually decreased, actually, the amount of advertising that we've done on television and radio and shifted more to social media boost and live streams and things like that that really help. And farm animals are one of the greatest tools that you can use to get people to check out your post and to forward those with others. Now, people like to come to farms and get off the grid, so to speak. So in our instance, we're fortunate that we sit on 210 acres, so we can take our folks out on hay rides that travel completely off the grid. You have to look far and wide to even see electrical lines that are running across the property. And that's kind of a great asset. So we do our hay rides a little differently than most pumpkin farms. Rather than being a shuttle to go to pick a pumpkin, we keep our U-pick fields close to the farm or close to our barnyard marketplace, and we take our hay rides out over the farthest reaches of the farm. Now, if you look at the picture also, you'll see that the trailers are completely enclosed so that there's no risk of individuals falling off, getting run over, or anything that could end you in a lawsuit or just feeling the guilt of someone coming to your farm for a fun experience and leaving injured. So I do encourage you to take every precaution. Don't take shortcuts when it comes to hay rides. One last thing on that last slide also, you may notice that you could seek sponsors. A few years ago, we did not have a large tractor for pulling the hay rides, and we were fortunate to work with our local John Deere dealer, who at the time had the ability to lease tractors at a very affordable rate. Now, corporate policies change, so I don't know what the current situation is with this particular business or with the tractor retailer that you may work with on your farm. However, other sponsorships are sometimes available. It's a win-win. The more people that you can reach and encourage to visit your farm and provide services and notoriety to businesses that you otherwise support, then that's a great thing. My only encouragement is don't endorse another business linked to yours that you don't have confidence in yourself. So a second ride that we sometimes allow individuals to use is our barrel train, and these were handcrafted carts that I did, actually built myself. So if you're interested, I can provide rudimentary plans for this to you if you're interested in making those yourself. The thing I can encourage is just make sure you have a safe driver that is taking advantage or pulling the barrel train, and also make sure that they are comfortable and proficient on checking for routine safety inspections, changing tires as necessary, and things like that. We run through several thousand kids on our field trips, and all of them ride the barrel train, and we also utilize it especially on weekends, but also on our daily visits. The U-pick option is almost an essential part of a fall agritourism. It makes up a very small percentage of the number of pumpkins that leave our farm, but people still like the experience of going to the farm and looking for that perfect pumpkin, or just experiencing pumpkins that are on the vine and out in the field. More pictures are taken than actual pumpkins that come out of the field many times. They often like to see the premier ones that are already in the marketplace and have been washed and are ready for pickup, but they certainly utilize the U-pick field for many other purposes as well. But that also is an opportunity to value add that product. By providing the opportunity for people to go to the field, make that selection, even if it's not the one that they take home, to have that option of seeing that, it allows you to charge more for the products that you're selling in your barnyard market as well. Liability, anytime you're allowing folks onto your farm, I cannot emphasize this enough. Use every available signage, and Kentucky Farm Bureau is a great source of this. The Kentucky Department of Agriculture also provides signs at a very modest fee, and I encourage you to have these posted at every major attraction you have. Now, folks can still sue you for injury if they come to your farm, even when it's their fault. That's just the way our legal system is set up. I often have the little adage that I'll say. There are two types of agritourism operators, those that have been sued and those that will be. And so the best that you can do is to take every necessary precaution to protect yourself. Now, that can also be the incorporation of your farm as a limited liability corporation. That way you are not putting your residents and your farm at risk if for the unforeseen opportunity or circumstance that someone gets hurt. So I do encourage you to do that. And as I said earlier, the Certified Roadside Market Association has many advantages. Besides being a collective to promote agritourism, they also have collective means of offering more affordable insurance and advertising. So I encourage you to explore that. Also, it suggests that you utilize new technology. As your crowds increase, your need to handle guests in a timely fashion increases. Our population is very sensitive to standing in line. Nobody likes to wait for anything. So utilizing new technologies such as Square that's shown on this picture, or using other programs like Clover, those are all assets that allow you to check people out quickly. They cooperate and work well with credit cards, which is a very important thing. You're going to find that probably 50 to 60% of all transactions, if you offer credit card usage opportunities, are going to be on cards, and that can increase your revenue because people are less concerned or less tied to what their total expenditures can be that day if they're not relying on cash, and it's also guaranteed payment as opposed to taking personal checks. So I encourage you to look into that, but from a business standpoint or business management, you can see from this picture that it allows you to track your sales. So you know how much revenue is from admissions, you know how much is from products, and you can divide those products into different categories, such as the Snack Shack, which covers your food items and drink items, the pumpkins. You can separate other types of products, such as chrysanthemums or straw, corn products, even animal feed can be tracked. The other unique thing about this, and as you get into agritourism and you start offering more than just produce, some items are taxable. And it is your requirement or your responsibility to either collect that tax separately or build it into your pricing scheme, but you still have to pay that money into the state. So that is necessary. So you'll see that you can program in which items are taxable, which ones are not, and so that you can track and make your appropriate contributions to having a free enterprise system that also requires taxation. Good workers are absolutely essential if you're going to have a successful agritourism business. It's not just the personality and the mentality of the owner, because more interactions are made with your employees than they probably are with the owner of the farm. So here's a couple of the young people that have worked for us. This is an old picture. This was taken from 2016 or 2017. These two are still with us. And one way that you can keep return workers is to compensate them accordingly to your growth. So as your farm grows, share the wealth. One thing that we started doing years and years ago was to increase the wage every year for that an employee comes back. There's a couple of reasons for that. One, they already know the system. They've proven that they're dependable by making it through an entire season. And they can also be very instrumental in training the new people that come on board. So it takes some of the burden of training new employees off your plate, and it becomes a peer teaching a peer situation. So I think that's something that others should consider. It can be as little as, it could be a 50-cent raise per hour or a $1 raise per hour, or even more if you're able to do so. But either way, it shows employees that you appreciate their efforts, and it's an encouragement for them to come back year after year. Agritourism, in addition to the initial product that you may develop it around, also allows you to capitalize on expanding that market. So the local food movement right now is immeasurable. COVID has done more for local, small farmers that are producing both meat and vegetable products to increase their bottom line than probably any other single factor in the last 50 years. Now, riding on that momentum, you have the opportunity to not only increase the sales, but increase the price that you get for that product by including it with recreational activities. So, for example, selling fresh eggs, selling meat products, expanding into other fruits and vegetable products are all things that you can do to increase your bottom line.
So for more information, please feel free to reach out to me. Again, I'm Mason Crawford. I'm the Area Agriculture Agent Coordinator. I'm based out of Hardin County, but with special circumstances or special arrangements, I can assist those in other parts of the state as well. I have my email address up on the screen as well as my phone number, so please feel free to reach out to me if you would like more information about agritourism as a tool to increase sales and revenue for your small farm.
Thank you, Mason. Next, Cynthia Rice, Kentucky State University Interim Research and Extension Associate, will talk to us about the impacts, responses, and mitigation of climate change.
Hi, my name is Cindy Rice. I work at Kentucky State University. I'm glad you could join me for a discussion with climate change, impacts, responses, adaptation, mitigation. Let's continue with the overview. Everyone has an opinion. Right or wrong, they have an opinion. This is not an argument about whether climate change exists, whether global warming exists, but it's to take a realistic look at what's going on. You have to admit that there has been some extremes in weather, late and early frosts that we haven't seen for a while, some conditions that are not really normal for what most of us have seen. Torrential downpours, more storms, higher temperatures. One of the things we're looking at is how we can mitigate or reduce the impacts of these things. Also, adaptation. If you're a farmer, you have to make changes daily, depending on whether it's rainy, whether it's dry, where animals need some shelter from heat or rain or cold. We're looking at current and future projected impacts and trying to figure out what we need to do based on past and current conditions. No matter where you're at in the world, there's climate change affecting people. In Kentucky, we recognize causes and impacts, ways we mitigate and adapt that will affect the social, economic, and environmental areas of both rural and urban populations. A lot of people don't think about their neighbor next door, the person over in the next county. What is climate change doing to them? Normal is no longer normal. We have to know why and how things are going and how to remediate those things, what kind of practices we need to bring in, what we have to change in order to be more sustainable. At all levels of society, we have to look at what needs to be done to ensure our future. You say it's global. How does that affect me? There's wind and air currents, there's water and currents in the oceans. What we're looking at is the heating of the atmosphere through greenhouse gases. I know everyone is familiar with greenhouse gases. One of the most predominant one is methane, and the idea that cows contribute disproportionately to the climate change. Animals have been around since the beginning of time. We've been around since the beginning of time. We breathe out carbon dioxide. So it's not just animals, it's the overproduction in large animal confinement, in different production practice for having more than normally exists naturally in the environment. With all the greenhouse gases, it's not a gas becomes in the atmosphere this year and disappears next year. It's a stacking effect, one upon the other. What you get in greenhouses this year, some of them may dissipate in 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, or even 1,000 years. So if you have one year and the next year, it's a cumulative effect. It doesn't dissipate next year or the year after. You're getting a building or accelerating effect of greenhouse gases. The melting of the ice caps, you're making habitats hostile to normal environmental creatures. You have fish and coral that are no longer able to survive in the areas they normally habitated. Some of the things that you're looking at, you're having fishing hatcheries that are collapsing. You're having movement of animals to another place where farmers would normally grow things and be able to retain it. Out in the oceans, the inhabitants, whether it's tuna, shrimp, or whatever, they are moving to more habitable or more hospitable type of environments. And looking at that, there's a heightened need for fish production. Kentucky State University has an aquaculture program that's to help farmers look at different ways of producing a form of meat, a form of protein, a form of nutrition to enhance the food sovereignty of the citizens of Kentucky and beyond. The oceans are normally salty. They have a level of saltiness that causes buoyancy, and it affects the currents, whether the currents rise or lower within the oceans. So if you have addition of the ice caps as they're melting, it's adding fresh water, which is diluting salinity, so you're having the currents change. If you see on the screen the red and blue lines, that's the warm and cold water circulation that causes the weather we currently have. England is currently warm, even though it normally would be cooler because of the currents. If the currents change, then that may change. Our currents, as it's going along the east coast and along the west coast, as they are impacted by climate change and the acidification of oceans, then you're looking at the different patterns changing, and the different weather that occurs in the atmosphere will also be changing. Just like in the oceans, the air works on a current. You have the north polar vortexes coming in and changing the weather. You have the jet stream shifting north and south. More extreme weather events are happening, change in weather patterns, and shifts in temperatures. With the rising sea levels, there's a possibility of the coastal areas which are used for agricultural production may no longer be as productive, meaning that there's more pressure on inland or interior United States farmers to produce more for their country, their state, and their local communities. If it's global, how does it affect me? Land heats, it retains the heat longer. If you have bare ground, it's going to heat up and it's going to stay warm longer. If you have vegetation, then it's able to be cooler. With heat and moisture, you're going to have more severe thunderstorms. You're going to have, instead of a low-level thunderstorm, you may have a Category 5 hurricane, Category 4 tornado. So you're going to have more impact on human structures and human living conditions. With heat and dry, you have the changing of the plant hardiness zone. As you can see from the illustration on the screen, 1990, Kentucky was more of a 6A and 6B hardiness zones. If you're looking at the one at 2015, it shows that we've gone quite a bit to level 7, which is a hotter and generally tends to be more of a drier temperature. So some of the things we normally used to grow and grow abundantly, we're not growing as sufficiently as we used to. Some of the farmers are looking at, why are my crop yields down? What is going wrong? What do I need to do? These are things beyond the farmer's control, but they can mitigate and they can adapt to deal with these situations. With apples, there's chill days. If there's not enough chill days, they will not make enough blooms, and the blooms will not produce enough apples, so they are looking at less income coming in, less revenue. So then you have to look at other plants or other trees or other things to grow. Heat can lead to drought, and it can lead to stress, not only for the farmers, but for plants and animals on the farms. So the impacts of human and animal health, availability of potable or usable water. If you have water that's too heat, you may have something called an algae bloom, which may occur in ponds, which gives off the toxicity within the pond water, which if it's used for crops, you're putting a toxic environment on the water, or if animals get into it and drink it, then it may cause them to be sick or have less healthy lives. So the quality of life is impacted both on humans and on plants and animals. There's economic losses, social interactions. A lot of people forget that when you get hot, you get irritable. When you get hot, your living conditions change, you get more stressful, and in fact impacts the quality of life. The economics, the habitats, and agriculture, all those are impacted. Things we've seen in the United States, weather pattern change, rain events. We've had flooding more than we normally have had. There used to be a 100-year flood, 50-year flood, and 10-year flood. Unfortunately, the 100-year flood is more like a 50 or 25-year flood. We're getting more and more rain events, more erosion, more situations where there's stagnant water because rainwater has not gone down, so it's affecting health. You have drought, you have heat and cold with the polar vortex, with the heat temperatures extreme. Tomatoes do not blossom above 90 days. If you take a farmer and he has 90-degree days and the blossoms do not blossom, then those tomatoes never have a chance to produce. That's a reduction in their yield. So it's less production and less fruit overall with the higher temperatures. As I said, the apple trees need so many chill hours. So farmers may need to look at something that grows without as many chill hours. Local impacts, food insecurity. If you're not able to produce enough food for the area around you, then food may have to be brought in at a higher price. So you have the economically disadvantaged, socially disadvantaged. You have people with lower income around the poverty level not able to provide themselves with sufficient nutrition of sufficient quality to have healthy lives. Food sovereignty, able to produce food locally for the current need. Food deserts. There's areas where people, because they don't have transportation, because of health, because of other issues, because of lack of sufficient food being brought in, they're not able to provide what they need to live comfortably, to live decently, to be able to have enough food, to be able to enjoy their life. Food and agriculture, they go hand in hand. Human impacts, these are just a few of the human impacts. There's a lot more that are occurring that are not listed here. This is, again, an overview. You look at heat stress and exhaustion, animals and people, breathing issues. The hair gets heavier, it gets more dense, you have more pollution because the air is being pressed down, so you have more health issues. You have extreme weather events, you have illness and disease increase. How many people have noticed that when they're growing something, they bring it inside, it's cool, it lasts forever. They bring it inside when it's hot, by the end of the day or the next day, it's starting to look wilted, it's starting to not retain its good quality, its nutrition. There's more of a chance of pathogens and disease growing during warmer and moisture conditions. Mental and psychological issues. Do I have enough food? Well, people have enough food. Where can I find the food? Can I afford the food? Who can I buy it from? My farmer's not producing enough. I'm outbid. It's now $5 when it was $3. I'm only getting food stamps to cover $3. Where do I cut my budget? Do I do without my medicine? These are all issues that are affecting people across the United States, in Kentucky, and in your neighborhoods. Death. Yes, climate change can cause death. People who are stressed, people with heart conditions and such, they may get out and try to do some things during the hotter times, and they may affect their health. Hunger and malnutrition. In a land of plenty like the United States and Kentucky, an agricultural state, it's hard to think of people being hungry, but they are hungry. There are children who are only getting 1 or 2 meals a day, or some children are only getting 1 meal on the weekends. A lot of times the food they're getting to help them stay healthy is what they're getting at school. And when school lets out during the summer times, a lot of times they're not getting sufficient nutrition. Farmers can be a solution to help with that. If they're not able to purchase more expensive food, some of the extra that farmers have may be able to give into a food bank, to give into a community kitchen. They may have a memorandum of understanding with a school summer program. If you are looking at or facing issues of malnutrition or health, and malnutrition is not getting enough vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin C. You may have plenty of food, but the only food you can buy is snack food, which is nutrient light, which doesn't have the nutrients you need to grow healthily, then you are in a state of malnutrition. Children do not know how to tell their parents, my body is hungry for vitamin A, vitamin C. You may have students that are having problems with their vision because they don't have enough vitamin A. So as part of the community, farmers can look and see what issues is going on in their communities and how they can help and what they can grow and how they can provide and give back to their communities. At the same time, the communities need to support farmers. The infrastructure, it can be impacted by extreme weather, whether it's drought or heat. You have temperatures that may be raised because you have buildings that are retaining heat. You have tin roofs. You have a variety of things. You don't have enough cool green space to help cooling. How do we know it's gotten warmer? According to official records, global temperature has changed. This is a change from the normal, what we consider the mean. Every year it's 50 degrees. Every year it's not 50 degrees, it's a change up or a change down. And this shows the change from what's considered normal. A variety of factors influence weather. Weather is day-to-day meteorological conditions. Climate is over a long period of time, or a year, 5, 10 years. Weather is what happens yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Next week, you're going to have weather. There's different factors, La Nina and El Nino. You have sunspot effects on the different places in the United States. You have volcanic eruptions. There's been 3 major ones this year that throws ash into the air that cause the sun to be filtered through, so there's less of a heating factor. In the ocean gives off cool and warm air above it. As the temperature is heating up in the ocean, the air above the ocean heats up, it shifts, and it brings storms in. As it cools down, then you may have lesser changes in the air and lesser impacts on the community. So, as we've looked at this year, you can see it's a year of severe weather. It's been many years of severe weather. As we're looking at things, if you have flooding in Louisiana, crops won't be available. You have hurricanes coming in. The salt water being brought in will affect the land. If you have winds coming in and smashing over the corn, smashing over the sugar cane, smashing over the other things, you're having flooding, so the roots get waterlogged and the crops can't grow and they ruin. You have tropical storms coming up on the coast. Florida, Texas, and California are big producers of agricultural products across the United States. You have the East Coast. There's all kinds of things going on. South and North Carolina, you have a lot of pig and chicken farms. You have a lot of produce going on. If you have a storm surge come in with salt water and it carries it in 15, 20, 30 miles, then that crop that's grown in that area may not be usable to sell. That's going to raise the price for the people in Kentucky, so Kentucky farmers need to be aware what's going on. How can I benefit from this for my community? If they can't sell us tomatoes from Florida, if they can't sell us grapefruit from Texas, I can't grow grapefruit, but I can grow more tomatoes. The nutrients that grapefruits provide, what can I grow locally to offset that? There's been droughts in California, now they're faced with flooding, so a lot of their production that goes across the United States, and they provide about 38% of the food to the United States. Who's going to make up that? In Kentucky, we have to look at Kentucky farmers to make up the deficit of food. As you can see from this, 1980 to 2021, disaster events have accelerated. What used to be a uncommon is becoming a common. Now, I've spoke about Texas, I've spoke about Florida, I've spoke about the coast. We get a cyclonic effect, a tropical cyclone type effect, because of the weather that comes in from the Gulf of Mexico. That weather is pushed heavy with water over Kentucky. Some of the recent storm events we've had is because of the moisture-laden air has brought in extra moisture for us. In the United States, Alaska is the only state that has more waterways than Kentucky. They have more water available. So we are in a unique position. We have more water, so out west where they're having droughts and they're having poor situations because aquifers have been depleted, we have abundant water most of the time. But we do experience droughts. As you can see from this, the rising temperatures in the last century, we've warmed less than most of the other states. We've got moisture from the seaboard, moisture coming down from the Great Lakes, we have moisture from the Gulf, and we tend to have warm air and drier air coming from west to east. We have basically been able to maintain what's going on. We are not in a drought situation for the most part. We're able to mitigate some of the effects of climate change. We're able to keep producing. But that doesn't mean that we don't need to be aware of what's going on. We're in better shape than many other locations across the country, but we still will face impacts. So what's a farmer to do? Growing tree crops. What trees replace the older trees? If apples won't work anymore, then what do you use? If you're growing row crops and it's too hot for tomatoes, what do you grow instead? If you're going to grow tomatoes in the early spring up to midsummer and then they don't produce for a month, what's going to be growing during that month that you can sell to maintain your sustainability? If you have longer days, and more daylight like you do in Alabama or Georgia, you're able to grow peaches well. But if we don't have them, then what type of peaches can we grow if we're going to replace apples with peaches? Maybe we're going to do plums. Maybe we're going to do persimmons, and we're going to market pawpaws. Maybe we're going to look at some other alternatives. They can also look at their animals. How many people has been to an amusement park and it's been hot and they've walked through with their kids through a misting area? After walking through that misting, even though it's just a light bit of water on the skin, because of evaporated cooling, you're able to try and cool down. The same applies to animals. That's why you see cows within ponds on hot days. That's not good for their water intake. The same water they're standing in and doing their business in is not the same water they should be drinking from. So if you have areas where they can stand, where they can get some heat relief, if you have some shading for them, if you have some places where wind can come through to help cool them down, if you have some green vegetation and some mulching on the ground so the ground isn't as hot, reflecting the heat back onto the animals, you're going to have happier animals. You're going to have animals going to have more weight gain. You're going to have less losses from heat stress. You need to make sure that whatever you're doing, if you do have an increase in moisture or an increase in wind, that when it comes to cold time, you're not looking at exposing your animals to detrimental effects. Look at alternative crops. You may want to switch to growing some things like saffron. You may want to look at growing some different, whether it's herbs, whether it's berries, whether it's something with antioxidants like aronia, or some blueberries or blackberries. Look what's in some of the other parts of the world, in Europe, Asia. If you're looking below the equator, what's at the 38th parallel as you're going across through Africa and South America? Look in the United States, Kansas, Missouri, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico. They're the same latitude as we are. What are they growing that we can grow as a backup in case they're not able, because of drought or other reasons, to produce what's needed for our country? There's no precedent. There's no things that we can look and say, okay, this is what you do and this happens. This is all new to everyone, but we can all learn this together. Be market savvy. Know what our markets are missing. With warmer temperatures and different weather patterns, possibilities of more disease or instant disease. Be aware of what's going on. If you normally don't have downy mildew, check anyway. You don't know what the temperature may do to the plants. You don't know what may do to the animals. You may have situations where you only have blackleg during this time of year. Look beyond that. Watch the news. If a disease crops up, check your animals, make sure they're doing better. Look at food sovereignty. If your neighbor can't buy it, you can't either. Be a local hero. Find out what food deserts are and how you can sell to them. Food deserts may appear in rural areas as well as urban areas. A food desert is a place where the situation is not conducive to healthy food. Yes, they can go to a convenience store and buy potato chips. Yes, they can go to a convenience store and buy soda. They can buy different things to fill their stomachs, but that doesn't mean it's something healthy. If it costs $1 for a banana at a convenience store, but it costs $0.25 for the same banana at a grocery store, then the people who are economically impacted are the poor, or those who have limited income. A lot of those are elderly, a lot of those are young people. Get with local churches and set up a hybrid CSA. You may have orders ready for them on church day after Sunday morning or else on the weekend. There's ways you can impact your community. Talk to your local extension agents. These are some questions you can ask them. Can you help me identify new alternative crops? What can I do to mitigate heat, cold, and precipitation pattern changes? Is there money to help make the changes I may need? What can I do to adapt? How can I mitigate? We're here for you. This is no means an in-depth conversation. There is so much more that we can discuss. So come and ask us. Come talk to us. We're to help. If you don't ask, we don't know. I can assume I have an answer for you, but if you're not asking that question, I can't give you that answer. Let's explore this together. I'd like to say thank you for your time and your patience and your attention. If you have any questions, my name is Cynthia Rice, cynthia.rice@kysu.edu. Research and education efforts are made possible because of all the people at KSU. You have production people. You have people that are going out and doing research. You have extension agents that are going out and talking with farmers on site. The Agriculture and Food Research Initiative, AFRI, they provided funding for a grant to help. We're looking at different ways we can diversify, where we can do sustainability. We're looking at small and medium-sized farm technical support. Also mentoring professionals and farmers, helping people help others. Cooperative extension and research. It takes all of us to try and find solutions. And it takes you too. Thank you for participating.
Thank you for such an informative presentation, Cynthia. Our capstone speaker today is Kamal Bell. Kamal is the CEO of Sakafa Farms in North Carolina. Welcome, Mr. Bell.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome. I hope you enjoyed the video, and welcome to Sankofa Farms. That's just a brief tour. That's me in the red hoodie. You ready to wave at you all. So I hope everyone's doing well today. And I want to first start off the tour by introducing who I am. My name is Kamal Bell. I'm a farmer, a teacher, I guess you would say dreamer, and a doctoral student as well, and husband, and beekeeper. And you all are touring Sankofa Farms. And just to give you all just a brief background of what you've already seen, starting off in our tour, you saw pictures of the property before we actually cleared the space and got it consistent. So the farm literally was a forest before we cleared the land and eventually developed the space into what you see now. And the whole purpose behind starting this farm was to get people who are affected by food deserts an option to have access to healthy and affordable food options. And at first we didn't realize how difficult that was. Like I was just researching about food deserts, and I saw that people needed help. So that encouraged me to take on farming. Additionally, around this time, this is around like 2015, I was also transitioning from my master's degree at North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University to moving to the Raleigh-Durham area, where my wife and I were relocating because we were both teachers. And when I started teaching, I was teaching at a Title I school. So this is a school that had a lot of, I like to use the word at possibility students. And I started a school garden, and I would notice how the students would gravitate toward the work. They would improve their behavior at home. They would improve their behavior outside of the classroom as well. And I took the idea to the principal about us starting a agricultural academy at the school, and for the students, especially one that would take place during the summertime, to really give the students a foundation for what they needed going into the next school year. She didn't like the idea, so I said, you know what? I'm going to take this idea to the farm. And that's when we started Agricultural Academy in the summer of 2016. We started with 4 young men, to whom which 4 that number 4 dwindled down to 2. And 2 of the original students from the first cohort are still with us today. And the other 2, I've tried keeping up with them. I don't know how they're doing. I haven't got good reports, but it's just a testament to what we've been able to do with the 2 who have stayed committed to our farm. And those 2 young men are Kamani and Cameron, of which Kamani is now being accepted into colleges, and Cameron has applied, so we're just waiting on his acceptance letters as well. And we're looking at options going forward, and they do want to major in agriculture, so we know that the program has influenced these 2 young men. But overall, we have 5 young men at the farm, and we've been able to teach them beekeeping. Cameron, Kamani, Mikhail, and Jamil are all certified beekeepers. So that's really cool. I'm certified as well. So I just wanted to make sure that when I went into the space, I didn't see anybody like me in the space, that I opened the door for others to come behind me as well. Or I'm going to say behind me, with me. And then they embark on the journey. My wife, Amber, she's also a certified beekeeper as well. So as we get a little bit more into the tour, you're going to see some pretty cool things. This is our tunnel that we've harvested. You can see that we've harvested recently. We actually harvested on Tuesday for food distribution, and this went to families in Chapel Hill. So you're looking at kale, right over the kale, and to the right of that, the smaller plants are the kale transfers that are coming in, and then to the right of that, the last tunnel, those are on the last wall of the tunnel. That's the lettuce on both ends, and all this footage was taken with our drone, and we've been able to really work be very creative with this drone. As you see now, I'm giving you a tour right now. We have 4 of these these caterpillar tunnels, and this is our 4th one that we're prepping. We should have everything planted in there this weekend, and we have a little bit of drainage issues in this, but I'll take care of that with our tiller. We're going to go in between the tunnels, but this tunnel will be planted this week, and we'll get collards and kale in this house. And we've just been these houses have been a very great asset to our farm and to our operation, because it allows us to grow all year round. So we've been using, we till up the soil, then we put a layer of compost over, and then we begin our journey into no-till agriculture, where we've now transitioned to where we want to have more regenerative farming practices. And we want to have more regenerative farming practices. And one thing that's been really special about the farm is that we've been able to really bring our community around. Like, you're seeing some pictures of some of our students. Kamani is here with his family, and he has a great story to tell in regards to his relationship with his family. Like, his father is here. He looks like his brother, literally, because he looks so young with the hat. And his 2 siblings. It's the first time that they've been all actually been able to be somewhere. And they surprised Kamani on Saturday because they were here for the holiday. This is Kamani's primary caretaker, Mrs. Vick, with the Sankofa Farms bee hoodie. And he's been raised by his grandmother. And you should have seen like his father, how proud of his son he was just to see him learn farming. And this is something like the farm brought them together. And I think that may go over some people's heads who don't understand the dynamic a lot in our community, is that like there have been barriers put in place to remove the father away from the family. So to see him come back and for him to thank me for the work that I've done with his son, like I've been able to step in and help Kamani get to this point, and hopefully this experience it's more that is needed, but this experience can help stitch this family and bring them back together, which has been really cool. And you also see a picture of a student working with my youngest son. This picture was probably taken about 2 or 3 years ago. And this student actually isn't with the program anymore. He's he has a lot of challenges, but he's trying his best. But when at the farm, he did a great job at mentoring the other students and really taking like my kids and showing them things on the farm. Here's a picture of the president of the North Carolina Farm Bureau and I at Sankofa Farms, and he wanted to come by and see how the Farm Bureau can support and just to see what Sankofa Farms was up to. So this was a really good, it's a really cool experience for him to come by and to hang out with us for a couple of hours. He was really impressed with what we were doing. Here's another picture of my youngest son, Hakeem, and he's just always running around at the farm, and he's just around while I'm using the drone. And here's a very special picture. It's my mother, and she actually works with people who have developmental and physical impairments. And the gentleman in this picture, Albert, in the yellow shirt, I've known my whole life. So my mom works with clients one-on-one as well. And I was able to go by her job, and we were able to repot some plants for a plant sale. So this is another aspect of the community where this is a segment of the community that's often overlooked. So I just want to make sure segments of our community who are overlooked are also exposed to agriculture, because if we weren't doing it, there would be probably no exposure with our operation. So this, like I mentioned before, the students are certified, and the students are also learning how to use the drone as well. So this is footage actually taken by a student, and I'm leaving it like uncut. This is Jamil. He's actually taking footage of his brother Mikhail while they were supposed to be inspecting the beehive. Mikhail made a mistake, and I was like, "Hey," he's like, "I'm just going to the beehive, right?" And I'm like, "You don't need your smokers, especially this time of the year." And he didn't listen to me. So this is a teaching moment for the students. I like capturing these moments because no one's perfect on the farm, and you'll see that people make mistakes. And he made a mistake, and the reason he walked away is because the bees were flying around his veil, and he was trying to get access to the smoker, which I told him to bring, and I let him learn. I'm like, "Hey, you need to go get it, prep the smoker, get it ready, get the fuel in it, so you can come over and work on the bees." And this has been really cool just to see the trial and error aspect of the farming, because the students are able to learn, but they're also being exposed to STEM ideals, because there's a such thing as bee math, and we get looking at genetics, but Jamil right now is working the drone. He's operating the drone to capture this footage. And that's a really big emphasis for me, is that the students learn things on the farm that they are able to take into any industry that they see themselves in. So it's to prepare a student in all aspects that we can. And lastly, this drone shot is just one of those shots where it just shows the magnitude of what we're embarking on with this farm. The farm is 12 acres. We only have 3 clear, and you literally get to see what we've been working on compared to what we still have to do. And the student in our community is at the center of this. So as we go forward to put these systems in place, and as we go forward to help those around us, we really want to make sure that the student remains at the center in our community, and our needs and the things that affect African Americans are at the center of this farm. And I really appreciate you all joining me today for this tour. I hope you appreciate the song at the beginning. I tried to get the best version of it that I could, but I'm going to leave you all with a segment of our YouTube channel that we do. It's called it's Sankofa Farms YouTube, but this is something that we're growing out, and we really want to pass on our perspective to the next generations. Anybody who will join, who appreciates or who just wants to learn about farming from the beekeeping aspect and also the crop production aspect. So I thank you all for joining us. Subscribe and like the videos on our YouTube channel. I'm going to put a video in so you all can see what we're up to in that aspect. So I really appreciate you all joining us today, and let's always remember the power of Sankofa.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. You're doing a great and wonderful job with the next generation. That concludes today's program. Thank you all for joining us. Remember, we will be back tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. See you all in the morning.